Do you have a React interview coming up? Do you just want to test your React skills? This course is for you. In this course, Nishant Singh from Cybernetico will teach you how to answer the most common React interview questions. And if you know any other common React questions, leave them in the comments to help other learners.
Hello, I am Nishant and welcome to my video on which you will learn about React important concepts and interview questions provided by FreeCodeCamp. Here we will learn mostly about all the important concepts in React that are widely used in production and in development and also which are asked in an interview. So let's get started now. To use the map and filter, we will display all the data from the API coming to this here. From which API? We will display all the data in this UI at the place of this one card, which is returning my name and username. Fine. So initially we are getting the data in the response in the console. Let me show you what I mean. Open the console. Let me have this. Let me show you this. We are getting all this data here. So first step to do this here is to create a variable. And in React, variables are simply called states. So we call them states because they can change the property. So let me create a state or variable called users, which is the variable name. And to set the data, we will have this set users function. And in this use state, we will have to use an array because all the data is in an array. See, followed by objects. So let me store them here. Save this and let me just now use the map. So to use the map function, we can just use first the array name, which is called users dot map. Then it takes a parameter called user, and from this parameter we have to return the HTML. Wait, something is yes now fine. Which is called we have to return some HTML called div or anything we want. Yes. So see, here we have the data like ID, name, username, email, address, all the data. So this name, username, email, they are called keys. So to show the keys, show the values, which are this Lian Graham, Brett, all the data, we have to use the value. So to show the value, we will just use user dot name. But wait, let me copy this card inner and paste it here. Then in the p tag, I will just say user dot name, and here we will say user dot username. Let me see the correct key. This, yes, small username. Fine. Save and see all the data is now being displayed here from this API. So this name is called the key and the Lian Graham and bit is called the value. Now, because object exists in key value pairs. Alright, so that's how map works. Now let me give you another example of what we can do with map. Let me create a function here, say map data. It's done, it's a function. Then let's just multiply the ID with 2 because it's a number. So how to do that? We will just first use the users. First let me create one more array called, let's say, mapped array. So in this array, this map, if you are mapping any array, it will return a new array, not the previous one because it's transformed. So let's say we want to multiply the users by 2. The user ID. So we can do this. User, then we can say user.id multiplied by 2. Now in this array of mapped array, all the IDs will be multiplied by 2. So we will get 2, then 2 into 2, 4, then 6, and 4 into 8, and so on. Let me console.log this mapped array. Let me create a function to trigger this. Sorry, not a function, to a button. Yes. So C mapped array. So just assign the function to this button using onClick event. Now if I click this button, it will run. So let me remove this too first. I think we don't need any other thing, just this. Or let me leave it. Let me add the button outside here for your difference. Let me add it here. Fine. If we click this button, all the mapped array will be shown in the console. All the IDs multiplied by 2. Let me get it to bottom. Wait a sec. How to add it? Yes. Here. Click mapped array, see mapped array, and see. On the line number 20, on line number 14, we are seeing all the mapped array mapped array IDs multiplied by 2, like 2, 4, 6, 8, and all. So that's how map works. Now let me show you how filter works. So first of all, let's say, okay, wait. Let me remove this. Save this. Let's say we want to see only those whose first letter starts from A. So how do we do that? We will filter the data from this users array. So we will say let filtered data equals to use state, and then we will add an empty array. No, wait, what I'm doing? It's wrong. I am lost today. Yes, so we will do users dot filter to filter data, and same like the map, it takes an user parameter. Then we will have to return something like this. We will say return user user dot name equal to Lee and Graham. So let me just console this now to check if we are right or not. Open the console, click see mapped array. We have an array here of only one item, because the condition is we are only filling the name of the user which has the name of Lee and Graham. If we make an A here, it will fetch all the data of the names starting from A. Not from A, we will fetch all the data which has the username of A. I think we'll get an empty array. C, because none of the names have a name of A, just A. To check if all the items include a letter A, we can do this. Return user dot name to lowercase includes our A. This. Now let's try. Refresh. It to lowercase. Okay, we don't need this. Fine. Now let's try see mapped array. We are still in empty because none of the items have a big A. All of them are having a small a. Yes, so make it a small a. Then we will see all the items with A in them, which are having 7 items. We are having 7 items. So this and this and this. So that's how it works. We can also do other properties like this. So we can say user dot id. If it is less than 5, we will see only them. So if the user dot id is less than 5, so we will see 1 to 4. Let me check now. See mapped array, and we are having only 4 data, 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you want to see the 5th data from 1 to 5, we will have to make condition like this. If return user dot id is less than or equal to 5. Now let's check. See, We now get all the data. Okay, so this map and filter can work together also. So let's say we filtered the data with all the items less than 5, all the IDs less than 5. I mean less than equal to 5. So let's map them now in an array. So how to do that? We can simply set this, set users, then filter data. Let me remove the data from here. Okay, leave it. We are setting data here first, then we are filtering it. If the user ID is less than 5 or equal to 5, then let's check. We are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 items. If we click the button, this will be changed to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or Lian Graham, this, and this. Click see mapped array and see. The array has now been filtered to only 5 items. If we make it more than or equal to 5, let's see what happens. We will see last 5 items. Like from Miss Dennis screw list. See mapped array? Okay, yes, we are saying 6 items. You have to remove equal to. Now let's try again. See. We are saying the last 5 items here. Okay, so that's done. Okay, now let me give you a simple example, very simple example. We will combine these two first. I mean, we will combine map and filter together. So we will say const, let's say numbers and set numbers. Let me have the numbers from 1 to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And let me also add 10. Let me add them. Fine. So here, let me just comment it first here, and then we will do it here. So first, let me console, or let me just map these numbers here. So to map the numbers, we can simply do the thing like we did previously, but this time we don't have the objects. We have this just an array of 10 numbers. So how do we show that? So we can say this numbers.map, we will return the number, and we can simply say div a number. But we have a problem. We need one small bracket also, and all the numbers are here. Let me add the class name of card here. Save, and this one card inner here. We have all the numbers 1 to 10. Let me comment out this card, and make this as numbers from 1 to 10. So we have 1 to 10 numbers in this array here of numbers. Now let me transform this array using map. So first we will create an let variable which will be called square root. Fine. Then we will simply map the numbers to get their squares, not square root, sorry. Fine. So numbers.map, we will use map function just like before, and it will take a number param. So this number is all the numbers like 1, 2, 3 to 10, like 1 to 10. It will take a number param which is 1 to 10, and it will multiply each number 1 to 10 as we want. Let's say in this function we having a square, then it will return number into number that mainly becomes the square root. We can console.log this number here, sorry, now number square. Let's check the console now. We have an array of, I think I need to refresh the page. No, not refresh, we have to click this button. Click it, and we have the square of all the items inside, like 1, 4, 9, 16 and all. Fine, that's done. So here we can have two cases. So in this console we are seeing all the numbers from 1 to 100 which are square of all the items. So let's say we want the filter first. Let's say we want to filter or make the square root of only those numbers which are less than 5. So how do we do that? So let me remove and show you from the start. We will select let number less than 5 equals, so I will say number. Let me turn off this GitHub Copilot. Disable for Java globally. Fine. You can say number or numbers. What is it? Yes, it's numbers. Dot filter first. We filter them first. It will take a param called number. I mean all the numbers, just like before. Then we will return this. We will return all the numbers we want, which are less than or equal to 5. It will return all the number, not numbers, number. This number we want here. It will return all the number less than 5. Then, if with this function closes the filter function here, we can say map. Then we want to store all the data in an array, in this let numbers array. So we can say, let's say mapped or filtered numbers. Let's say filtered. Filtered. Yes, spelling is now correct. Then again, it will return us something. It will return us all the data, which is, wait, I am doing it wrong like this. It will return us something, so they can say return. What do we need to return? The filtered. Fine. Now let me store this number less than 5 in the set numbers array. Set numbers we are having, yes. Less than, we have to set this here now. Yes, set it. Now we are seeing all the numbers from 1 to 5, but now if we click the button, it will first filter all the numbers less than 5 or equal to 5. Then it will make a square root also. Yes, we need this filtered into filtered to get the square root. Save. Let's try. Click the mapped array. See mapped array button. See, we are seeing all the items less than or equal to 5. So we are saying 5, 6, not more than, less than. Yes, sorry, less than 5 we want. Refresh the page. See mapped array. Now we are seeing all the numbers which are less than 5 and the square roots. So we have 1, so it's 1. We have 2, so it's 4, 3, 9, 4, 16, 5, 25. Fine. So that's how we do it. How map and filter works together. So we have filter and then map. Now let's see to reverse the conditions, functions I mean. So first we will do this. So first we will list all the items, all the square roots, and then we will map, or then we will filter them. So let's say remove the filter here first. Here we will say all the squares of all the numbers. Click the button, and all the numbers have now been squared. So 1 is 1, 2 is 4, 3, 9, 16, and so on. But now we want to see all the numbers which are less than 50. So we will get till 49. So we can do this. So number less than 5. Here we will add filter. Then we will say it will take a parameter called, let's say, number again. Then it will return something like like this. Return, we can say number less than 5 or make equal to. Fine. Save. Now click the button. Okay, not 5, 50. Sorry, 50. Yes. Now you will see all the numbers squared and then filtered on the condition that if it is less than 50, we will show it here. See mapped array. Okay, we only see 2 which are less than 50. Wait, something is wrong here. Refresh page. See mapped array. Now it's fine. We are seeing all the numbers less than 50 after mapping. So in the previous case, we were filtering before and mapping after that. But in this case, we are mapping it first and then we're filtering. So that's how map and filter works together in both cases. So that's all now. I hope you learned how map and filter works in JavaScript and React. Here I have a simple example with a count variable, let count equal to 0, one function to increment it, one h1 tag in the return to display the count value, and one button to increment the count when we click it. So let's try this example. Click the button. See, every time we click the button, increment the count, the value is getting increased by 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But our page is not getting updated. The 0 is still 0. That is because when this count changes in this function, it's not rendering our component, this app.js component. To solve this, we have states in React. So to create a state in the functional component, we will have React hooks. We have React hooks. So our hook is called useState hook, which we have to import it first, like this. Import useState from React. So we have to create a state first. So const arrow brackets, sorry, what is it? Array brackets. So array, we will have the value variable name, which is count, and one function to change it when we want to change. So we will have to use set count. You can use anything you want at the place of set count. Then followed by as you use state. In this small bracket, we will add the type of the state. So it's a number because it's 0, 1, 2, 3. So we'll use 0 like this. Let me remove this count. Fine. So that's done. So if we save the file, this count will be 0 because now the count is coming from here. If we change it to 1, this will be 1. See. So let's make it 0. Now to change it, we have to do this. We don't have to use this. So to change it, we will just use set count, and in the set count, we will increase the value of count like this. Or let me modify this existing one. So remove this count equal to count plus 1. We will simply set the value. Let's say the count is getting incremented by 1. Then we will save the value in the set count. Now let's try. Let's increment the count. See, now it's getting incremented properly like this. Fine. So that's how we use states in React. You can create any type of state you want, like this is a number, then we can have a string, let's say name. Let's say set name equals to use state. Let me use so this is a name, I mean it's a string. So we'll use quotes. Fine. Then we can have other states like boolean, let's say is visible, and set it, we will have set is visible. Then use state, so it's a boolean. So let's say if we want to make it false initially, then we have to use false here. Fine. Let me give an example here of this boolean state. Let's say we have a button or this button. We want to see this button only when the state is true. So we'll use curly brackets. So is visible if it is true. I am using the ternary operator. So if it is true, then this first and small bracket will run, or everything inside it. It will return this is button. But else if it is not, okay, let me just make it some h1 tag here, and I will say visible, and if it is not true, we will say not visible. Save. So now let's change it. Remove this, or just after this, we can have set is visible. We will reverse the value using this thing. So you can say not equal to is visible. So let's say if it is false. So if we click the button or this function will run, it will be reverse false, which is true. Then it's getting stored inside the set is visible. Let's try. We have not visible. Click the button to run the function. See, now it's visible. Click it again. This would be invisible or not visible. See, that's how it works. To use set name, we can also use set name. So let's say we want to set the name to Nishant. Let me print it out here as well. And H1. So see, initially it's nothing. So we have not saying anything here. Click the button, name the count. Or let me change the name of this button. We can have change states. Much proper. Click. Now see, the name is now here. Fine. We can have array states as well and object states. So we can say const, let's say array and set array. To use state, to use array state, we will have to use this because this denotes an array. We can have multiple objects inside array or multiple items like this. Or if we want objects, we have to use this. So let me create or just do this an object first. Let's say name, which should be equal to Nishant. Let's say age 26. Let me create one more object in this array to make this an array object. Object in an array. Yes, that's called array object. So here we have to use name as something else like Uday and make 25 or 26 fine. So it's an array state. See, we can also have an object state here. So we can say const object and set object equals to use state. Let's say an object. If you want to make it empty, it will be empty like this. But if you want to add some value initially, we can add some things like name and age properties like this. So this is the numeric state, this is the string state, boolean state, array state, and object state. So that's how state works in React. I mean, mostly in functional component. Let's now change to class components. To use the class components, let me just remove all this and make RCC class component. To make the class component state, let me just remove this as well. Fine. We have to use something called constructor first. Constructor. I think that's right. Inside this, we have to use super keyword. Then we need the state. To create the state, we have to use this keyword. This dot state equals to, let's say, a name. So a name could be empty state, or we can have default state like Nishant. Fine. So that's how we create state in class component. Let me print the state here. So to print the state, we will have to use this dot state dot name. But let me wrap it in h1 tag. h1. Save. See, the name is here. Okay. Let me add class name of. Fine. This should be in center. It's not. Let me. Okay. Need to import app.css. Import app.css like this. Now it's in the center. See. So if you want multiple states, we have to use name. Then we can use, let's say, age. We can have 0 initially or null also. But we don't use, I don't prefer to use null. So to add the age state, we can use age. It's 0. Fine. Similarly, in use state, we have this state. Let's say we have an array of something. Let's say an array. And just a colon and the array. We can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like this. So to view this, we can just say this dot array dot map. sorry, this dot state dot array dot map. This dot state dot array dot map to get the values from this array. See, so we have to use one property. So if you want to see how map works, you can see my previous video in the same playlist. So we can say item. So this map, okay, I will not explain this to you, but basically this map will increment, or this map will, what is it called? Iterate over every item and do something. So let's say we want to return something like this. Return, let's say item multiplied by 2. Save. See, all the data is now here. I mean, all the array items. So 1 is multiplied by 2, then 4, then like this. So that's an array state. Let me remove this. All right. So let me show you how to change the state. So we can have a function, say change. Okay, here we don't use const keyword, sorry. We just use change state. It's been so long since I used class component. Fine, change state. Let me add a button. Let's make it as change state. On click this dot change status. See, let's change the status to age of 0 to something. We will have to use this dot set state, and inside we will use a curly bracket, the state name. So let's say age we want to change, and let's increment the age to something. So we can say this dot state dot age multiplied by 2. So now this state will be multiplied by 2, but let's make it 1, because 0 into 2 is, it will be 0. This is how we change state in class components. Now click the button, this will be changed to 2. See, now it will be changed to 4, then 8, 16, so on. To change the name state, we can use this, or we can also use in this as well. So here we are setting state of the age. Let's change the name. So we can say name will be this dot set state. Wait, what was it? This, or just let's make it something like Uday. Now click the button, say change state. It's Uday, and this is changing as well. So we have to use state like this, change state like this. So this is how set state works in class components, setting states. So that's done. So we saw two examples in class component and in functional component. So what are props? Props are simply states like this name that can be passed to other component. So let me create one component here called child or children. Child, okay, just child.js. Fine. Let's make it functional component. So we have a child component here. So let me call this component in our main name.js. So we can say import child from one step back child. Now let me render it here. This. So see, okay, let me make this an h1 tag first. H1 to make it bigger. Save. So we have this child here. Fine. So this is a child component that we're rendering, which is printing this h1 of child here. But let's say we want to print the state of name here, of Nishant. So how do we do that? We cannot create a state here because it will not work. We will have two states and it will be useless. So to use this state in this child component, we will have to pass it. So to pass it, we have to use prop. So we will have to use the prop name, which is called simply name, and then the value. The state will be inside this curly bracket, and this is the name or this is a value that we will use in the child component to render this state. So I will show you what I mean. So let's say we are passing name here. To call the name, we will just use name. And in this h1, remove this child and just say name here. See, it's called Nishant now. So this name that is here, it's the first name. So if we change it to, let's say, value of prop. If we save this, we will not see anything here because this name has not been, this name doesn't exist. So we'll replace this. See, now it's rendering fine. So the first value is this name that we are printing here, and second is the value itself that we are getting it from here. Suppose now if we change the name to something, so let me create a button, say change name. So on the button we will have on click event, and then we will simply do this, set name to something, let's say Uday. Save. Now if we click the button here, it's change name, this name Nishant should be changed to Uday because props are dynamic. So let's check this, change name. See, it's now Uday. So props are mainly used to transfer data between parent component to child component. So from parent to child. We can also transfer function controls as well. Let me show you what I mean. So let's say we have function called change name. So this function will not run in this parent component. It will run in child component. So what it will do, it will simply change the name to Uday here in this function. So set name, this will be Uday. So we will pass the function as well like this. Save. So here we are passing the value and the function. This is the function and it's the value. So similarly like this, we have to receive it here. Change name function. So to trigger it, we can simply use button and on click. First let me add change name label here on the button. So on the button we will use on click event just like previously we did in the parent component app.js. Then we will pass the function name that we are passing from here. Save. Now let me refresh to go back to Nishant. Now this button is in the child component now. Click it and the name will be changed successfully. So that's how props works in React using functions. One more thing that is to props is, let's say we want to pass a value from here to the parent component. Let's say we want to pass something like hello, this is Nishant. Now this button will be clicked and it will pass the value, this string, to this function. So we don't need this right now. Let me remove this and we can simply, so see, we are passing the value here in the change name. So this function should accept a parameter. So let's say some value. So if we console the value, we will see it in the console value. Or else if we want to set it here, it will be also work like that. It will also work like that. Save. But let me change it to something else like Nishant. Fine. Now click the button. See, it's Nishant and open the console now. We will have the, let me change it again. We have the Nishant one again because we are passing the name of Nishant from child to parent. That's a hack for props. Let me explain it again. What is props? So props is nothing but sample variables like states which we pass from parent component to child component, like this value. We can also pass functions that like this function, and we can call the function using a button or anything we want like this here. Third thing, we can also pass our or some value from child component to parent component via this function, like a name or something. So here we are passing this function change name. So change name is being passed here using props. It's coming here, and on click of this button we are passing some value. So this value will go to here in this value, and it will print in the console. So it's like a hack. So that's how prop works in React. So here we have a simple example of this if else statement. If the age is more than 26, we'll print this. Then else if both conditions are true, we will print this, or if none is true, we will print the else. So we should see these two because these conditions are true. Open the console and let's check. Okay, see, we are getting it 2 times, but don't worry about that. That's the problem of this use effect hook in the React 18 version. We cannot solve this in this video because it's not in our scope of this current video topic. So let's convert inside into this inline conditional expression. It goes like this. We have to check for age. Then first is if age is more than 26, we will print console. Wait, what is happening? Console.log. Let's print you in this quotes, you are now old. See, we are printing this. Then we have else if, where we are checking these two statements. So we can press enter for second line. You can write in the same line, but I am showing you for the clarity to show you the full code properly. So here we are checking these two statements. So let's check. So then comes else if. Then again we have to check using question mark. So again, if this is true, we will have to print something. So we can say, let me first add a fragment here. Then we can say console.log. So first console is this. If this is true, let me add. Okay, let me copy and paste it here simply. Okay, just let me copy it manually here in quotes. Then we have one more console.log, the second console. Nishant is my name. Save. So see, we are opening question mark here and it's closing here. So again after that, we have to use the colon, just like this colon before. Then we have to check for else. So we'll do the same thing. We will use a small bracket, then a fragment. So for printing multiple lines, we'll have to use this. But if you have single line, you can simply use directly like this. Then we have to print these two statements. Nishant is not my name. Let me copy it simply and paste it here. Nishant is not my name, and I am less than 26 years old. Okay, here. What's happening? What's happening? Now it's fine. Let me comment out this. Save. So let's check using the condition. Age is 26. Fine. Name is Nishant. So it goes into this block. It will check the age. So it's 26. So this one is not true. This one is false. So let's write false here. Then it goes inside the second block. Else if. This one. It will check. Name is Nishant. Yes, it's Nishant. Age is this 26. Yes, it's 26. Here we are using ampersand. 2 ampersands. It means it will check for both conditions. Both conditions. So it will check for both. It means though both should be true. So this will print this thing. Now open the console to check. So this makes this as true. So write it true here. And then it will not go inside this block, so we can write it as false. So open the console. Let's save this and check. Refresh the page once. We are getting this. I am 26 years old and Nishant is my name. So this is getting fulfilled. Let's change the condition here. Change the values. So we can say, let's make this name as Uday. Fine. And let's make the age as something else. Or let's leave it at 26. So let's save and check what we get. So start from the start, beginning. Age is more than 26. No, it's false. Still it's false. Second block, it goes in. It will check this. Name is Nishant. No, it's not Nishant. It's Uday. And the age is 26. This one is true. But we are using AND here. So I said previously that if either of them is false, it will not go inside this block. The both should be true for this. So again, this will be false. Then it goes inside here and it will print this as true. So now let's check. So this one is false. False. Third one will be true. See, we are getting this. I am less than 26 years old and Nishant is not my name. So it's fine. Now let's see how to use OR. So this is condition. This is checking for both conditions. But what if we make it OR? So it will check either of them. So if Nishant is name and age is 26, so if either one of them is true, it will print second one. Save, refresh the page. It will see it's printing this. Let's make it as true. So it's true, and this one is again false. Fine. Refresh once more. I will explain. It's not more than 26, so it's false. Then it will come here. Name is Nishant. Not. It's not Nishant, it's Uday. But the age is 26. So it will print this. And it will not go inside this block. So it will print second one. So let's make the age to be something like more than 26. Let's make it 28. Then it will print this one. You are now old. Save, refresh. So here see, we will get this message called you are now old. So now this first statement is getting fulfilled. So it's true now. Then it will not go inside this else if or else block. So both will be false. See. So that's how ternary operator or inline conditional expression works. Let's say we had a third condition or third statement. Let's say something is married or something else. Then if you want to check it here, you have to add it in this false block like this. So let's say is married something. If it is true, we will have to print true, or else we have to print whatever it is we have which is false. I think you get what I mean. Fine. That's how ternary operator or inline conditional expression works in React. We can also use in HTML or JSX also here. So let's check for some condition. So just copy all these things and add it here in curly bracket. Wait a sec. Paste it. But instead of console log, we will print it in our h1 tag. So we can say h1. Let's check or let's add this here. Remove console log and leave the comment. Then in second one, we can print or remove this and we can print h1. Wait, sorry, didn't have to remove this. h1. Let's print this. And for second one, let's print this. Remove these things. Fine. And for the third one, wait a sec. We had 2 HTML tags. Okay. And for the third one, we have to print this. So what can we do? We have to print this fine. So paste it here. Save and see. The problem here is this age and name, it's only inside the use effect hook scope, but not coming here. So let me move it outside also, or just cut or copy and paste it here, and then it will work. See, so age is 28 and name is Uday. So it will go inside this block. It will print this as true because yes, the age is more than 26, 28, 26. It's 28. Let me reduce it to 28, 6. Then let's see what it prints. It will print this. So let me make it an AND. So it's printing I am okay. Where it's print? Okay, we are okay. Wait sec. Nishant is my name. Should be here. Fine. We are printing same thing twice. See. Now this is true. So it's printing these two. So this becomes true, and this becomes false outside the use effect hook, not inside the use effect hook. So let me change the condition to something else. Let's make it as, what is it? The third condition is Nishan. Okay, let's make it an ampersand. It will not follow because name is not Nishan. And this will now check for both conditions, name and age. Save. You will see this. I am less than 26 years old. We are printing this, and Nishant is not my name. So this now becomes false and this now becomes true because the values have been changed here. So that's how inline conditional expressions or ternary operator works in React. So what is event handling first? So event handling or function handling is a method to call functions and event in React using some input or buttons on our using our actions. So we can say const, let's say create a function first. Let's say add nums, where a function that basically will add two numbers. So let me create a button. It will say add numbers. Save. This button is here. Fine. So we want to do something like we have to add two numbers. Let's say console.log. Let's add 2 and 2 as 4. It will be 4. So let's say if this was this was simple HTML and JavaScript, we have done something like this. So on click, we have to open quotes. Sorry, on click equal to, then quotes. We have to call add nums and this bracket. But this is not simple HTML and JavaScript. It's JSX and React. So this function will not add numbers. Let me show you what we have. See, this property is invalid. We have to use this method. So add once again. So it will not work. So instead of on click, small on click, we have to use this. Sorry, let me remove this and let's use capital camel case on click, opening and closing curly brackets, then add the functions here, which is add nums, nothing else, just this. See, now if we click the button, we will see 4 in the console. See, it's 4 now. So that's how this works. Let me give you one more example using an input element. Let me create one input here. Input. Let's make the placeholder to be, wait, what I'm doing. This placeholder should be add something. Save. We have this input here. Now, let's say we want a function to run every time we type something in the input. So we can create a function to say const get input. Then we have to bind this function to this input. If we are using HTML, we will use on change event like this, but not here. This is not HTML. We have JSX. So we will use camel case on change. and then we will simply pass get input here. All the data that we type will be propagated here in this function get input. So let me get the event from here. So we can console dot log our event dot target. Just let's make first event first, the event that we are passing. So type something, let's say 1 2 3 4. See, we are getting all the data from this event, like all the data. So we want the target. So let's say event dot target dot value, the value of the target for this input. So let's type something like 1 2 3 4 5. Then we will get this input here. Similarly, we have other things, like if you just add event or target, we will see something like this. So let me add a name property here. Name of, let's say, input. So we have three things: placeholder, on change, and the name prop for this input. Fine. So if we type something like 1 2 3, we will get the whole input here. But we want the value. So, or the name. So the value is, you have seen how to get the value. To get the name of this input, we will say event.target.name, like this. And if we type, this input will be propagated here. See, this input. So that's how event handling works in React. So one more thing, let me show you. What if we want to pass some values to this add nums function dynamically from the button? We will use this. It will be a function here. We will call a function, then add nums function. Then we have to pass some property, some data. Let's say we want to pass two parameters, 2 and 2. Then this will come here. Let's say num1 and num2. We are using comma to differentiate between them here also. So this is one number, it's second number. Let's make it 3 here. So num1 and num2. Then we can simply pass it in the console, num1 plus num2, to get the input. So let's add numbers, and it's 5. See, that's how we do it in React. You have to handle events. So I have two arrays here of numbers and details. Number contains numbers from 1 to 10, and you see this detail contains the name and age of 4 people in an object. So first let me map the numbers array. And if you want to see how map works, you have to see my previous videos in the same playlist. So we will have numbers dot map, let's say number. It will return a list tag li, and here we will have to print all the numbers. So this map will go over each and every item and it will print the number like this. But see, if you open the console, let's see what we see. We will see this error message that each child in a list should contain a key prop, should have a key prop, unique key property. So in this case, all the items are unique from 1 to 10. So to add keys here, to remove this error, we will do key and then add the number here. So now this key will take the number which is 1 to 10, so it will be unique, and this message will not be here anymore. So refresh the page. See, it is not here anymore. So see, this is the first scenario. Let me enter the second scenario, where all the items or all the elements should be not unique, should be same. So in that case, what can we do? So let me map this details first, and we have a detail. We will have a detail here. Let me remove the key from here, and this number. Add detail and the place of number. See, refresh the page. We will see this error that objects are not valid as React child. So we have to render it using keys. Okay, fine. The problem is we have to use the name first also. That's this error. Name. So this name is also a key. This name is a key. let me add one more list here, but we have to wrap them in a fragment because two JSX elements cannot exist without a parent. So add it here, add one more list tag. They should be not name and age. Now we'll see all the ages here. Let me comment this temporarily. See, we have all the names and ages. Open the console and you will see the same error for the keys. Refresh the page. See, we are saying this. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. But we don't have anything that's unique here. Let's say we have a name, but name can be same for two people. We have a age and this could be same as well. So let me demonstrate this to you. Let me add a property, one more property with the same name and age of challenge. Then we will try to add a key using the age. Let's see what we get. So first make this a div and copy and paste it here. Then let's add the key prop and the key should be the age. So detail.age. See, we will see that warning encountered two children with same key 29. Key should be unique so that their components maintain their identity and all. So we are getting this error. So in this case, we have two options. First, we can add one IDs here. So ID, let's say 1. Then here should we add IDs 2 and then 3, then 4, and then there at the last we'll have 5. Then we can print the key as simply detail.id. Now this error won't be here. See, it's not here anymore. Second scenario is that if we don't have the IDs, let me revert it back or leave it. Let's say we don't have the IDs. Let me comment this. Okay. Alt. Let me wait. Alt. Shit. Alt. Again. Alt. Shift. Arrow space back. Remove all the IDs. Now, see. Let's say we don't have the IDs in this current scenario. Therefore, we can use an index property here. So this map also returns one index that we can use as the key, which will be unique throughout the array. See, not the error has been disappeared, but this index thing is a last resort kind of thing. So if we don't have the ID, only then we have to use index or else add the IDs here in the array or in the object or in the API. So that's how keys works in React and how to fix them. So mainly the keys are called the name and age, and in this case all the items are called keys. Fine. So that's all about keys in React. Here I have 4 input fields from name to age, name, age, hobbies and date, and one empty arrow function. First, let's get data from the form inputs. This is the first step. So we will use an event called onChange event that will run when the input field value changes or we type anything in the input field. Keep that in mind. So we will use this get input function in the onChange event. This will pass an event argument here in the function. Then we can simply console this thing, this event. So open the console. Let me type my name in the name field called Nishant. See, we are getting all this data here, all the data, most of which we don't need. So to fix this or to fix this, we can only send the data we need directly. So let's say event, we can send, let's say we want the value that we type, which is target dot value. We can do this. Here, let me make the event to value and here as well. Now we will only get the data that we're typing, the text. So we can add Nishant here and we will get that. So let me repeat this all over. The first step is done. I mean the first lesson for forms. Now what can we do is, we added the onChange event here. Let me also add the name property. So each of the input fields will have a name. So let's say this will be a name. This should be the age. This should be age, sorry, not age. Let's say name. This should be hobbies. And this should be date. So all of these now have a name, as you can see. Fine. Let me also pass the name. This will be event dot target dot name, like this. So let me pass them all over. So this name is also important. I will show you why. See, now we have the name. Basically, we are passing two values here. Okay, we are passing two values, like value and the name. So we have to receive two values. So name. If we console the name here, let's say what we get. Refresh the page. We can say name as Nishant. And if we're typing in the name field, this field, we will get the corresponding name. If it is age, we will get the age. See, age we are getting, and same for hobbies and date. Let me make, okay, fine. Now let me show you the types of the input fields. Can have the type prop, and we can add text for the alphabeticals like Nishant, or like if you want text here, simply numbers and text, I mean numbers and alphabets. For the age, this should only be a number. So we can add the type as equal to number, like this. For the hobbies, so now this is a number, and refresh the page. See, we cannot type alphabets here, we can only type a number, like this. Fine. So for third one, we can also add the text as same as the name, because there should be a text as well. But for the fourth one, we can add the date type. So we have so many types like input, date, colors. So let me show you. Let me add, or let me just make this type as input. This now will be a file upload thing. Type is, okay, not input, file. Yes. This should be a file upload thing. So revert it back and let me remove this. Why? So we have 4 fields, and all of them have the type and the name with the onChange events. So now let me console the value. So console.log the name and value, small value, I mean value. Open the console, or let me do it like this. So make sure we have name, colon, and the value. Wrap it in a array like thing, then it will not work. Okay. Let me wrap it in an object like this. Then this should be an array like this. So we will have the name paired with the value, like a key value pairs. So this name will be the key that we will store, and the value will be the value that we will have. So refresh. Let me add my name Nishant, and see, the name is the key and this Nishant is the value. See, fine. Now let me store them in an array. Sorry, not an array. Let me store them in a object. So if you want to show all the values or store the values in a state, you can create multiple states. For us, we will have 4 states for name, age, hobbies, and date. But I will show you how to do it using only one state, an object state. You can, because for example, if you create 4 states, then you have to assign all the 4 state and set states in all the onChange events, which will be lengthy. So let me introduce you to a new method. So we can say const Let me create a state, an object state. So let's say obj data and set obj data in camel case. So use state. This will be an object, just like this. So we keep storing all the data in an object. Yes, wait, what happened? Okay, yes, we'll keep storing all the object properties in the set object in the object data state. So we have to store this in an variable first. So let's say let data equal to, just copy this whole thing, cut and paste, remove this. Now this data will contain our data like this. So for example, if we console the data here, clg console.log data, let's see what we get. Refresh. Let me add the name called Nishant. We are getting the name and the value, like we are getting the key name and the value Nishant here, line number 8. If we type the age 26, we will get the age only, like this. We are not getting the name anymore because it has been overridden by the age. So we have to store this data in this set, in this object data state. So we can do small bracket, then curly bracket, then we will have to merge them. So for example, let's say we are storing this data here using spread operator like this. Now we can console the data outside like this. Now let's see what we get. Refresh the page. So let me explain once more what I am doing here. We are merging the data using key value pairs in the data variable let data. Then we are storing the data as object in the set object state. In the object data state, I mean. Then we are consoling it here. Let me add my name called Nishant. So it's here. See. So it's getting stored in the object data state successfully. If we add the age, the previous data will be overridden like this. We don't see the name anymore, but we have the name in the input as well. So to solve this, we will have to add the data and then merge with the previous data. So name will be the previous data. So we'll merge it using like this. Triple dots, then object data. We will merge the both objects. So the previous data now is called Nishant and the new data is called this. Let me start from the beginning. Let me add the new data, which is Nishant. And it's here in the console and the state of object data, obj data. Now let's say we want to add the age. Now this Nishant is now the previous data and the age is now the new data. Let me add the age 26 and see, they have been both merged together, the previous data and the new data. Now this both properties like age and name, they are the old data, previous data. And if we write the hobbies, this will be the new data. So we can say, let's say hobbies is creating videos like this. So now this is the old data, like this is the old state now. And if we add the date here, this will be the new state. So all these three fields are in the old state and this one will be the new state. Let me choose some date here. 20. Now we have the data as well, and all these four are now in the old data, which is object data. So that's how it works. That's how we can minimize the code. So what can we do now? So see, let's try to submit the form, or let me, yes. So we can create a function called const submit. So we can use the submit function in two ways. Let's say we want to submit data and show in the console or send the data to an API. So we can say console.log this object data. We have a button here that can run the function on click event. Using on click event, so we can say on click submit button, submit function. Now let me try from the start. Write the name Nishant, age 26, hobbies, let's say recording videos. and the date from today's date. Click submit. The data will be here in the console, line number 13 here. Another method is not using this submit not using this on click event. We can use on submit on a form tag here. So wrap all the inputs in a form tag like this. This will also work. So make the button inside as well. So now all of these inputs will be inside this form. Or what we can do, we can add the form outside the div because the design is breaking. So let's check. So let's check if it is working or not. Yes, it's working. So now in the form we have to use on submit event on submit, and let me assign submit function here. But still now it will not work because this button has to be a submit type. So type should be submit. So if you open the console now, let me type the name, age, hobbies, and the date. Now click submit and see. If you submit, it's coming here, but instantly it's getting disappeared. So here what we have to do is we have to do a thing. So let's say we have to send the okay. So we have to do this. So this should contain an event param or e. Then you can do event dot prevent default. So prevent the default function here. So now click or just add the name, the age, hobbies, and the date. Now click submit. It's here. Now it's not getting refreshed automatically. If we just comment this and now click submit, the form will be refreshed. See, that we don't want. Fine. All right. So we can add one more button here that can be used to reset the form. Let me also show you that. Reset. And the button type will be reset. If we click the button of reset, the whole form will be reset. Add the name, the age, hobbies, and some date. Now click submit. It's here. Now let me click the reset button. See, all the data has now been reset. So that was how to use React forms or forms in React. So for example, let's say we have three fields here: name, age, years of experience. These three are simple, but let's say we had like 10 or 11 inputs. In that case, if we want to get data, how to do that? We have to create, let's say we had 10 inputs. Then we had to create 10 different states for 10 inputs, for one for each input. For example, for name we have one state, for age we have one state, for this we have one state, and so on. But here I will show how to do it using only one state and one function. That's very simple. First of all, we will create a function called get input, or let me make it get input value like this, like this, like this. Fine. Now let's add the name properties here. That's very important. So this input of name will be have a name of name. This input we have this input of age will have the name of age, and this one has years of experience. We can say YOE like this. So it's done. All the three have names. Now let me assign the get input values function using on change event on these inputs like this. Or if you want, you can also do directly call the whole function like this on change. Now this in this on change event, let's say we type something in the here like Nishant. This will send some data to the to the function here. We can mark it as event, or let's mark it as data for your convenience and for mine. Fine. If we console.log this data, we will get all the information about the first form field if we type in the name. So let me show you. Bring this down. Console. Let me add my name called Nishant. So we will have all these things here. Bubbles, cancelable, blah 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 blah. Fine. It's done, but we need two things here. So we need this data dot target dot value. So we need only the value first. I will show more later, but soon. We have the name Nishant because we're typing Nishant here. If we type age, we will see the age from the second field. Years of experience, let's say 2. It will show up here, here. Fine. But as I did here, we also need the name. To get the value name or input name, we can just make target name. Now, if we type the name in the first field, we will not get the value, we will get the name, this name. If we type age, we will get this age, just like that. So we have the name and the value. We also have the ID, I think. So let's try ID. Refresh the page. So let's say we add the name of Nishant. It's empty. So I think ID and name works the same. So let's say if we add the ID of name. Let's see now what we get. So let's add the name Nishant and the ID is name here. So this ID and name props works the same. So we will use name here. Fine. Then what can we do? Okay, so we are getting the data, but let's destructure this data, and we have to extract the name and value from this data. So we will do this. We will create two variables. This is called destructure in JavaScript. We will create the name and value from this data like this, and it's done. Now if we console the name, we will get the name. Refresh. Add the name Nishant. Okay, we are getting undefined. Okay, data.target we need to do here. Yes, because data is not sufficient. Now I will get the name here. So add the name Nishant, and we are getting the name here successfully. Let me try value. Nishant, and the name is here Nishant. We have to structure them properly. Now what we will have to do is we have to create a variable called let's say input. We have to mark these two inputs as key value pairs like this. Open curly brackets. Then in this array we'll have the name as the key and the value as the value. So this is the key and value. Just like in an object, we have key value pairs. We have this here. If we CLG or console log this input, let's see what we get. So add the name Nishant. We are adding the name as key value pairs here. If we add the age, we will get the age like this. Fine. Now let's create a state, just like we discussed. One single state, not 3 states for 3 different fields. So we will have to import the use state hook first. Use state hook like this. Let me create a state here. Let's say const data. Okay, let's say inputs and set inputs equals to use state. Let me make this as and what can we make this as an object like this, or do we need an object or do we need an array? What we have to do here is we have to set it inside. Let's do with object, it will work. Then we will set this set input, then we will set this input in this input state like this, but we will have to use like this. This input is a object, and we will merge it with the previous object. So we'll merge the inputs with the input state like this. Now we have a dynamic field here, dynamic input fields, and we don't need to create 10 states because we have done it with only one. So if we console.log the input state, so initially it's empty because our 3 fields are now empty. So let me add the age, let me add the name, then the age, then the years of experience. And now we are getting all of them in one single state. So we can show them using this input state. Let's say you want to send data to an API, we can simply send this input. We don't have to send name as name, age as age, and years of experience as years of experience. So that's how it works. Dynamic inputs in React. So mainly we have 3 ways. First way is called external styling, the way we are using it right now, and the commonly used way. See, we have this CSS file that's getting imported into app.js. Then we have a class name in this div of app, and we are rendering the style here using app class name. Let me demonstrate it from the beginning. We can make an h1 that will say hello world like this. We will have h1 here, one h1. So let me make 2 more h1s, or let me just change the text here. This should be external style link. Copy this, add it 2 more times. This should be internal. This should be inline. So these are the 3 types of styling: external, internal, and inline in React. So this external is clear, I think. We can simply add a class name of, let's say, external. Copy the class, add it here, and then we can say, let's say, color of red. The color of the first h1 will change, which is external styling. Fine. So the catch is we have to import our app.css file here. So if we comment this, the styling will not work because this JS and app.css file, they are not linked together. So this was the one type of styling, external. Now let me talk about internal styling, where we will write the styling in our app itself, the JS file. We can create a const which will say styles equal to an object. Inside we can simply say this. Let me make a class name of internal, then a colon, then again opening object brackets. Let's say the color should be red here. Fine. Then here in the internal styling we can say style keyword. We will use this. We will use the styles const dot internal. We need to target the color of red which is inside internal. Save and see, second one is now red. Let me make it to blue to make it clear. See, it's now blue. So this was internal styling. Third one is called inline, where we write styles or the style, fine, and we write directly the styles inside. For example, let's say color, we can say green. Save, and it's now green like this. We can have, if you want to add multiple styling here, let's say we have to change the background color of this third h1. We can say background color as black. Let me type black, and it's now black like this. You must be asking, why do we use the internal and inline stylings? I will show you. Let me create a button first here. Button that will say toggle theme. Suppose we are making a app, or maybe let's say we just We're just adding a function to change the theme of the page, like from dark to white and to white to dark. So we have a button here of toggle theme. Let me create a function const toggle theme. This will be an arrow function. This function will be on this button. So on click, this function will run when we click the button of toggle theme. Fine. We also need one state. So let me create it, which will be toggled on the button click. It will be called, let's say, theme and set theme. You can choose any name you want, equals to use state. This will be a false value first. False value. Okay, use state is not defined. We have to use react.useState. So it will be a boolean state, and on the button click, this state name will revert. So the state value will revert, I mean. So for example, if it is false, it will be true, and vice versa. Now we will use this theme to change the styling of the page as per the theme. So for example, let me remove this. Or what can we do? Yes, in the style, we will do theme. But first, let me create one more internal CSS styling, dark. Here it will be background color as not black, white. And color will be black. Color will be black. We need one more light. Here it will be different. Background color will be black and color will be white. Opposite to dark. Theme styles is not okay, fine. So let me remove this internal styling. So we will implement the dark and light theme like this. So if the theme is true, if the theme is false initially, we will show the light theme. And how to show the light theme? We can say style or styles dot light. Light. L-I-G-H-T. Or else we can show styles dot dark. Fine. It's done. Now on click of the button, the theme will change. It will toggle. Click the button. Okay. It's only working in the second H1. We have to make it outside the H1, I mean in the main app here. So just add it here. Refresh the page. So initially it's theme not light. Fine. So if it is false, wait a second. It is false initially, fine. So if it is false, we will show this or this. Click the button, toggle theme. So now it's true. Wait a second. I think we have to remove this. Let me check. Because this doesn't make any sense. It's false. So we are showing, if it is true, we can show this or this. Wait a second. Okay, background color. Okay, we did something wrong here. This should be light and this should be dark. We did opposite. Now initially it's black because this theme is false. The value is false. So we are showing this else one. And if you want to know how this question mark works, please see my video about inline conditional operators or ternary operator. Refresh the page once. Now toggle theme. Okay, let me do this. Just remove these things first. So we are having we removed that and this one as well. So H1s are now all white. Refresh. So see, it's white now, the H1s, and the background is black. If we click toggle theme, it will revert. The H1 is now black and the whole screen is now white. So in that case, we use the internal styling or inline. So for inline, we can do this as well. So let's say in this same style, we can do this. Remove all these things. If theme is true, then question mark. Then we can say this, add this, fine. But wait a second. We have to do it like this. So if the theme, what is the theme? This theme, if it is true, we can create one more curly bracket and we can write our styles inside it. That will say like color. If it is true, it means, so if it is false, let me make the color to black, the text color, and background color as white. So, and outside this style curly bracket, we will add one more for white and black. So this color will be white and the background color will be black. Save, and now it will work. Let me remove this here and just get the style from here and add it in this main div. Now let's try toggle theme. So it's now white. See, toggle theme again, it's now black. So this is how it works in both scenarios, for inline and internal. So let me add it here, get the things, and I will push the code for you to read. Fine. Save it, and that's all for now. Also remember, don't forget to add the app.css import here, or else it will not work. What is a control component in React? For example, let's say we have two inputs and we are handling the data inside our component, in the same component. But in uncontrolled components, we handle the data from the DOM. We get the data from the DOM using a reference value. So let me show you now how to do it first for uncontrolled components. For example, let's say we have two inputs, name and age, like this. Localhost. Okay, we have name and age like this. Let's say we want to add reference to the both. We will create a name variable called name equal to, then we will create the reference for the name. We will use react.createRef like this. Then we can say for age, we can say let age equals to react.createRef. So this will create the reference for name and age. Fine. Now we'll assign these references to the inputs using ref keyword. Ref equals to, here will be the name, and in second one here will be the age. Age. Yes. Now let me now show you to console log. Now let's console.log them. Console.log name dot current dot value, and here console.log name dot current dot age. Let's try to see what we get. We should get an error because we don't have any data inside them. If we check in the inspect element, we will see something like this: cannot read properties of null reading value. So if we remove them, wait. Okay, I think let's just add name and age first. Age. This should work now. Yes. Now refresh the page. We will get empty current values here. So we can say name.current, that will be null. So it doesn't matter. Let me type my name here in the Nishant. See, we are not getting anything. If we type some age, still nothing. We are not getting the console log because our state is not getting refreshed. Sorry, our component is not getting refreshed. And then we cannot see the name and age. To do that, we can simply create a function if we want to see the name and age. Let's say submit and add a function, put them inside here, this name and ages. Then on this button, we can simply on click event this, on click the submit button function, I mean. Now if we just click submit button, only then we can see name and age, because only then our DOM is getting refreshed. Click submit and see we are getting these two. So we have to do name dot current dot value and age dot current dot value. Okay, value. Now let's check. Click submit. Now we are getting the values of Nishant and 25. So my the main point here is in the uncontrolled components, we don't have the privilege to get our states updated or component updated automatically if we are getting a reference like this. But now let me show you control components that we generally use. Okay, so we will create a use state hook first, or wait a second. Okay, yes, let me create a use state hook. Or do we need it? No, we don't need it. Let me create a function. So const get input, or let's say get name. Get name equal to an arrow function. Fine. Now we will not use this. Okay, let me just copy and paste it once more. So this will be let me just write uncontrolled component. Yes, that's component. Spelling is wrong. Components. Let me comment this. Then inside the second one, let's write controlled components. Let me comment this also, because here we are having uncontrolled components that we showed before, and here control components. Remove this ref and this age. We can also comment this temporarily for now here. Fine. Now we have only one name and age here inputs. Fine. So for the get name, or okay, we can use on change event here. For control components, we use on change event. So if we type something, this get name function will run and it will pass the value. So we can say event. Here we can simply console.log the event. Event.target.value. Target.value like this. Okay, fine. Now let's check. Refresh the page. Type something in the name, like say Nishant. So see, here we are getting the name. If we type n will come here, then and I as such, so it's getting appended every time we type inside it. And the same thing is for the age. So we can say get age. Here should we add on change event get age. Now in the age we will see the age. If we type the age, let's say we type 26. So now we're getting the age. Now in this case our component is getting refreshed, or what is it called? Here should be the word. Our component is getting updated. Where is it? Okay, this is not here. Okay. It's not here, so you have to believe me. In this case, our component is getting refreshed. But in the previous case of create ref, our component will not be refreshed because we are just getting the value from the DOM. So that's what is controlled and uncontrolled components in React. First of all, what is virtual DOM? The virtual DOM or VDOM is a concept where the entire UI is being kept in the memory and it's being synced with the real DOM. Now, how it works? Let's say we have some state and it changes. Then the component will be rendered again and again every time some state changes. If the state is changing and the component is getting re-rendered, the virtual DOM will be updated as well. Now, if the virtual DOM is getting updated, it will be compared to the real DOM like this. We have the blue nodes, the previous nodes on the left. The left is the entire virtual DOM, and on the right we have the real DOM. So these blue nodes are the data or is the UI before state updation or before rendering the component. Let's say we change something and saved, the component will be rendered again, and we will have this gray nodes here, the new nodes after state update. Now the entire virtual DOM will be updated or will be compared to the real DOM like this. So it will check, we already have the blue nodes here in the real DOM. We don't need to change the blue nodes. We only need to change the gray nodes, also called updated new nodes. Then it will append the gray nodes to the real DOM like this. Now this becomes the new real DOM and nothing else will change. Only the updated nodes will change. These gray nodes, updated new nodes. And the entire process is called reconciliation in React. So that's virtual DOM and how it works. So first of all, let's see what is InnerHTML. So InnerHTML is a property that prints or displays all the contents of an element with the tags, HTML tags. Let's say for example, we have a let variable. It has the data. We have let data. Let's add this. This is called string literals. Fine. So inside the data, we have p tags that says this is my home. Save this. See, now if we print data in this div, we will see with the p tags here. With the p tags. So let's say we want to remove the p tags from here and just print this. This is my home. Or let's say we have some styling here. Div style, sorry, p style equal to quotes. And let's say we had something like font size colon 20 pixels. This will show up here instead of applying the styles. Fine. So how do we do that? How will we print this p tag with the font size of 20 pixels in the text of this is my home? So it's very simple. We will not use the data variable inside the div. Let me make a one more div here. We will not write anything inside the div. In the area we write, we will simply do this. We will use dangerously set innerHTML. We will use this keyword. We will have two opening brackets, sorry, two curly brackets. Inside, we will use two underscores. Then we will type HTML because we are printing HTML. Then we will add the variable that we want to print, which is data. Save, and now see, we are writing this is my home text here. If we change the font size to 25 pixels, this will increase the size. Let's also add the color. Color should be red. See, now it's in the red color. Fine. One more thing, let me show you. This data, this tag p, this is not JSX. This is HTML. For example, let's say I want to print the same thing here in the return. We will not use it like this way. We will use like this, which is, if let's say font size 25 and color red. See, this will print the same thing here, but instead of here we have HTML. I mean, this is HTML, and this one is called JSX. Let me comment JSX. This is HTML, and this one is called JSX. Fine. In HTML, we are printing like a string in quotes, but in the JSX, we are using camel case inside two curly brackets like this. Let's add one more example. Data 2, but not p tag. We will use b tags, bold tags. Fine. Let's add data 2 inside one more variable here. Let me just copy and paste it. Oh, data 2. it will print the same thing but in bold. If we make the color to, let's say, blue, this will be now in blue color. So this is HTML printing inside the data and data2. Then we are displaying the contents using inner HTML. For React, we don't have inner HTML. We have this dangerously set inner HTML like this. So that's how we do it. Now let me give you one more tip. Let me open one. What is it? npm package. It's called React Quill. See, let me install this first. It will take some time, but not much. So this thing is mainly used for like markup. For example, okay, wait. Quotes we have to use every time. Okay, let's say we are writing a blog, or you are making a website on a writing blog website. So in that case, we can use this quill package and dangerously set in HTML. I will show you why. So we have installed the package here. Let me do one additional thing. Let me remove. Okay, let me remove. Wait, in the index.js, right? Let me remove strict mode. Save this. Now come over to app.js here. Same thing, will be the same. Let me import this React quill from React. Then we need to import the CSS the same way we did in ES6 like this. Then we have to open or render the React quill here. Save this and refresh. We don't need these two right now because we don't have the functions. Now see, we have this text area where we can type anything. Fine. Let me create a function here. Okay. Const get quill data equals to something. So this function will run when we on change this React quill, just like this. So on change the function. So we also need one state. So let me import React first. Import React from React. Let me create a state. Const, let's say quill and set quill. Use state. This will be a string because we will type text. Now in the function, we will simply have a value or argument and we will set the value inside this set quill state. Now in this quill, we have some data. If we type something here, okay, use state is not defined, so we can add react.useState like this. Now if we type something, this data will be stored inside this quill state. If we console.log this quill, let's see what we get. Open the console, clear the console. Now, okay, just type something like Nishant. See, we are getting the text in the p tags. If we just render the quill here, wait a second, where is it? If we render the quill in this HTML, let me remove this one. Fine. We will see that same text here. Refresh the page. We don't see anything. Also remove this one. Or just comment it out. Fine. We are not seeing anything. Let's type something called, and I guess a chain Nishant. So this text is directly getting rendered to this HTML in the inner HTML, also called dangerously set inner HTML. It's getting rendered, and here also in the console, line number 14. If we make this as bold, this one will be bold as well. See, we are having this p and strong tags, and it's getting rendered here at the top. We want to change the color or the font size. Let's make as heading 1. Now the font size has now been increased in h1 and strong tags. Previously it was p tag and now it's h1 tag. Let's change it to list. Okay, let me just make some list here first. We can say 1. It will automatically be in list. In the OL ordered list and then li. We will have item 1 enter item 2, and the items are getting rendered at the top with the tags directly. Let's take an example first. Let me print an h1 in the return called hello. 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 It will work. We can see hello on the screen. If we print another h1, let's say world, it will give it an error that says adjacent JSX tags must be wrapped in an enclosing tag or this fragment. So the workaround to this is using a div here like this. Let me add one more closing div at the last. Okay, not here. Fine. Okay, what a sec. Save this. All right, div. We shouldn't get this here. So let me wrap it in. And what is happening here? Yeah. So we have h1. Let me add a div. And at the last here. See, now it will work fine. It's working. We have hello and world. Now we will not get that error because we have a div parent element that is enclosing these two h1s. Fine, but we have a disadvantage of using this div because this div creates a new node in the React DOM element. That's not preferable. That's only preferable, or we can only use this div in one case when we have the arrangement of a grid like this. Let me show at the class name grid here and dot grid. If we have this display of grid here like this and all other things. So, and one more example, let's take flex. So this div can only be used when we have to use the class name like div or like grid or flex or any class name here. Let's say app. Now, yes, we don't have app here. Let me bring app and we will simply text align as center. So we will only use this div in only one case when we have to use the class name here. But let's say we don't have to use the class name. We can simply use this called a fragment. Or we have one more item here. Let me import React first. Import React from React. Then inside we can simply say react.fragment and add this here. So see, it's the same. So we can either use react.fragment or its short form, simply an opening angle brackets and closing one at the last. So that's how we do fragmenting in React. Now this becomes a fragment, and if we repeat it once more, we will get the same error because now this fragment and this fragment is now adjacent tags, and we have to use one more fragment to enclose the both. So if we add one more fragment, this will work. See, you will see hello world and hello world 4 times. We can also use react.fragment here. I am just showing for your clarification. So add it here as well. And it's done. So that was React fragment or fragment in React. Remember, we cannot use class names here. So if we add class names, we will see there is no option of class names here. If we add the app, it will not work. We will still see the same thing that we were saying before. So if you want to use class name, we will have to use div. But the div creates additional nodes in the React DOM. That means only use div when it's necessary. Otherwise, use react.fragment or its short form. And that's all about React fragments in React. So what is a stateless component? Stateless component means with no states. For example, this component here is called stateless. We have nothing but a div and one h1. That makes us stateless. Stateless means triple equal to no states. But what about stateful? Let me add one state here. So stateful means the component with states. For example, if we add a state of name and set name equals to use state, let me add the initial value of Nishant and add the hello, sorry, replace the hello with name. It will print my name here. Now, this will become stateful component. Stateful or with states. Save. Fine. So, simply put, stateless means with no states. Stateful means with states. This component is now stateful because we have a set of name here. One more tip. Before the React 16.8 version, if we wanted to use stateless component, we would have used function component because we didn't have any method to create states for function component before this version. But after the version, we had React hooks that allowed us to create states just like we did now using your state hook. So that's all now. That was all about that was all about stateless versus stateful component in React. So mainly we will use a library called Axios. So let me install it. We can say npm I Axios. And my app is not running, so let's start the app. Npm start. Fine. So this API requests. Wait a second. Force. Oh, no, like this. Yes. So mainly the requests are of four types. Post request to add data in the database. Post, then we have read, or we can say get to get data in the database. We have put or patch to update, and we have delete to delete the document from the database, from the API. So we have four API request types. We can say post request, get request, put or patch, anything. Or okay, let me make capital, put or patch, and delete. Let me make the post to be capital like this. Fine. Save. Post, put, get, and delete. We have this four types of requests in. What is this? Okay, so we have four types of request mainly that we normally use. So I have a mock API, and here we can send our data or request. First, let me create the mock API. We can set the project name as API requests. Then leave all these things, click create. It will create a API request project. We can say new resource. Let me add the endpoint of, let's say, users. We don't need all of these things, just leave at user ID. Then click create. And here you see we have all the endpoints for get, for post, put, and delete. So for delete, we have simply pass the ID like this. For update ID, post, we just have to post using /users, and for get, we can have two endpoints to get all the users and to get one user. So click create first. I will show you later what is all these things. Now we have this users endpoint here. If you open this, you will see it here. It's currently empty with no data inside. So Axios has been installed now. Let's import the library here. We can simply say import Axios from Axios like this. Fine. Let me create a function. Say const post data. It will be an arrow function. Fine. So in the post data, we will add this. So we will have axios dot post method because we are using post data. I mean, we are posting data or sending data to the database. Then we will copy the endpoint and we will simply add it here. This URL we got is the endpoint for posting data to the here to mock API, this database. Then second thing it takes is one curly bracket we will have to open, and the thing it takes is the data itself. First is the link or the endpoint. Second is the data itself. So let's say we post some name called Nishant. Let's say have some age called 26. Let's say some hobbies. So we can make an array here. Hobbies will contain, let's say, poetry. Then second thing it will contain will be cooking. Then third thing let's add traveling. Fourth thing let's add programming, or let's say coding. That's what I'm doing right now. Let's add one more, which is piano. Fine. So we have all these things like name is string, this one is number, and this one is an array. Fine. So when this function runs, it will post the data to this mock API. So we need one button to trigger the function. So we can say post data. On click of this button, we will have this post data function. And as soon as we click the button of post data, it will send data to this API. Let's try this. And one more thing, let me show you. Open the network tab. Open the console. I mean the inspect and the network tab. So whatever we are having the call, whatever call we are having, API call, this will show up in the networks tab in the Chrome Web Tools or Chrome Dev Tools. Okay, yes. Now click post data. See, this API has been called and it's sending the payload. Payload means the data we are sending, which has the age, all the hobbies that we wrote statically, and the name Nishant. If we check the preview, we will see the same thing, but with ID. So the payload, where is it? Okay, this payload, it means payload. This payload means the payload means the data we are sending to the API call. This preview means the data we are receiving from the call. Preview or response, they are same. Okay. See, now we are getting one ID also here. This is the response, and the payload is the request. So request we sent and response we got. If we refresh the API here, we should see the data here in an array like this. So you can make all of this dynamic by using a form field. For example, let's say I have input placeholder of name. Let's add a state here. Let me create a state first. If you know what is states, they are simply variables. In React, we have to import use state hook from React. Use state from React. Then let's create a state called let's say state of name and set name. Currently we don't need set name, but let's just create it. Let it be empty at first. Then we do need set name. I was wrong. So on change of the input, we will simply call set name, or we can simply set the target.value in the set name or name variable name state using event.target.value, not validation message, value. Save. Now whatever we type in this name, it will be stored inside the name state. Let me bring the button after the input. And in the name, we can simply add the name property like this. Now let's try to add some data. Let's say name should be Shailesh. Shailesh. Click post data. So it has been sent, and see, now the name has been changed to Shailesh. It's not static now, it's dynamic depending on the input. And here also we will get the same thing, but the name will be Shailesh. See, that's all for post method. Now let's check the get method, how it works. Get means getting all the data from the users. So let me store, or well, let me show you one more thing. See, if I add this then block here and response in the post, we can use, what is it? We can say a promise. So console.log, we can check our promise using this. It means when the post API call is complete, we will have some input in the console or in our UI. Or if it is an error, if the post method fails, it will show us an error. So we can simply console.error this error like this. Now, if you open the console, click something like Uday and click post data. Okay, it's not coming here. Post name. Okay, let's check network. Okay, this hasn't been called, I think. Open console, refresh the page. Okay, now it's here. See, we can see all the data. We can just simply call res.data to get this data object inside. Save this, and now it will return the data only. Click something else like Abhishek. Click post data. It will take some time, but it will be here because I think it's a little bit slower. See, now we have this with hobbies, that all the static values and the dynamic value of name. So that's it. And in case of any errors, we will get an error in the console, not this. So that was promise after API call. Fine. Now what was I going to show you? Okay, yes. Get request. So in this API, we have all the data, like the data we sent here. If we refresh, we should get it. Now let's get them. To get them, we will use an use effect hook here. Sorry, yes, use effect hook. That will run when our page mounts for the first time only. But now we can change it as per our needs. So add an empty array here for it to work. Here we are calling axios.post, but here we can simply call axios.get for getting all the data. So copy this endpoint, user's endpoint, and just simply paste it here. Fine. And we can do the same thing here as well. So when the post is complete, it will return some promise, then a catch block, and in the get request as well, it will return some promise like get, like then and catch. But in this case, we will get all the data. So save and let's try refresh the page. See, we are getting four arrays, four array objects of all the data we are getting here. Four array objects. Let me store them in an array state. So say const, let's say data, or say users, and set users. Use state, this will be an array because this is a whole array we are getting. We have to set this whole array in the state of users like this, not in the post, in the get. So that's done. That's how it is useful. Then catch block. Fine. So now this users have our all the data. When we load, we can simply do this. Users.map. Let's say user. It will return something like let's say one fragment first. Then it will return us an h1 that will have the user dot name. Let's only print the name for now. So we have all the names here. Okay, let me make this h2 because it's much bigger. Fine. Now we have all the names here like this. Fine. So we are getting all the names, and that was get request. So we have done post and get. Now let's try updating the data. How will we update the data? So let's create a function to update the data. Updation is similar to this post data, but a few changes is needed. So const update data equals to an arrow function like this. Fine. Now we have to create a button here in this fragment button. Say update. So we will have to specify which document to update or which data. Like we have to update the Nishant one, Shailesh, or Uday or Abhishek. We have which field we have to update. We will use the ID because see, we have this ID and it's all unique. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4 for each one. This is 1, this is 2, 3, and 4. Okay, let me do this. Before this user.name, we can simply do user.id. Let's print the ID. And let's add a dot here. Dot and a space. We have this dot. Let's add the space, but it will not work. So we will do this. Wrap this in string literals like this and add a dollar. I think I'm doing it wrong. Wait. Let me clear it out. We can say string literals. Yes. Or wait, I think it is like this. String literals. We can use again a string literal again. Sorry, not string literal, a curly bracket. Then we will have user dot id. Inside the string literals, we will have one more curly bracket, and we will use user dot name. In this way, we can give a space between them and one dot. So 1 dot Nishant, 2 dot Shailesh, 3 dot Uday, and 4 dot Abhishek. So all of these have an ID 1, 2, 3, and 4. So on base of this ID, we will update the data, update the array object. So we can say on click. When we click the button, we have to send this ID to a function, which will be this function, update data. So we will send the ID or user.id like this. Let's get the ID from the function here. And if we console.log this ID, let's see what we get. Open the console, clear it, click any field like Nishan. We are adding 1, click Shailesh, we will get 2, and so on. Now we have a unique parameter called ID that can be used to update the records. Fine. So for update method, we will have to use axios dot put or patch. So we have a put method, then we will add the endpoint, this endpoint. Added. Second thing it takes is the data, which will be the new data. So let's copy these things, these 3 things, and add it here. So it has been added, all these 3 things. So let's alter some things. See, initially the age is 26 for all. Let's make the age to be 27. And let me add one more object here, or add a field here called, let's say we have poetry, cooking, traveling, coding, piano, let's say sleeping. Save. And third parameter it will take will be the ID itself. So we can simply pass the ID like this. So we are getting all this, giving it all the things that it needs. Then we will have to use this then and catch block. So this then will be called in case it is successful, or catch in case if it fails. So let's try. Remove this console log. Open the console. So you can also use network type to see the request. So let's add some name here called, let's say, what can we add the name here? Let's say Sanjeev. Now click Nishant, update here. Okay. Console.error is not a function. We have something wrong. Open the network tab. See, that's thrown an error because we are having an error. So actually, we did a mistake here. We don't have to send the ID here like this because it's not in the query. It's in the path params. So if we check this documentation, let me click the project. Let me check how to do this. New resource. See, if you check here, in the put, we have to pass the ID like this after the endpoint. So cancel it. In this users, we can simply set one more forward slash curly brackets, and before the curly brackets a dollar for rendering a variable like an ID, like a dynamic ID. Now it will work. Refresh the page. Type Sanjeet here. Now click update. Open the console. Let's check what we are getting. See, we are getting this object here, and the name has been changed to Sanjeet for the ID number 1. Refresh the page. Refresh the page, and it will be changed. Sanjeet is now at the first position in this API endpoint as well, in the mock API, I mean. So it's see, Sanjeet is now here at the place of Nishant. We can do the same for others, like we can add Mayank here and click Uday. This Uday will be changed to Mayank. Refresh the page. Mayank will be on the third number. Refresh, refresh, refresh. What's wrong? Refresh this. I think network problem. Yes, now it's here, Mayank. So that was about updating data. So let me write some comments here for clarification. This one is post request request. This one is put request. Put means updating data. Request. The fourth one or this one is called, let's comment it under the use effect hook. Under the use effect hook. So this will be get request. And the last one is left, which is called delete. So let's do that as well. Create one more button for this. We will add a delete text here for the button label. And in the place of update data, we will use the delete function. So just copy this update data function and duplicate it. Delete data, this will be called. Delete data. Everything will be the same, but we don't have to use the second parameter. We don't have to send the data. We simply have to delete this. Let me now map the function to the button and it will work. Let's try. Fine. This is the delete method. Let me write delete method. Fine. Now click delete in any one of them, like Shailesh. If we refresh, Shailesh won't be here, but it is here. Let me check this. Okay, okay. This should be not put delete method. We have to add it here. Delete for delete. Now let's try. Click delete in Shailesh. Click here in the API endpoint page, and see we don't have the Shailesh name here anymore. We have Sanjeet, Mayank, and Abhishek. We can also do one more thing here. We can simply call this use effect hook or this get function in another function to render the updated data after deletion. That's not for the scope, or let's do that as well. Let me create one more function here, const get data. Add all the things here and simply we will call this get data function here. Get data. And same function we will call here when we delete. That way, this delete function will be get called and it will delete or it will refresh the page with the updated data. Click Mayank. Okay, not deleted. Let's try. Okay, so now delete it. We have only Sanjeet and Abhishek. Click Sanjeet delete button here. It won't be anymore. Fine. So that was all the 4 requests. Let me copy and cut and paste get here. Fine. So we have seen post, put, patch, and delete. I mean, post, get, put, and delete. The patch works the same way as put. Where is it? Put here, but fine. So what can we do else? Fine. In the get request, you see where is it? Here. We are getting all the data. So let me add one more called Nishant. Click post data. Now refresh. This will be here. Let me add one more called Uday. Post data. It will be here as well. But in the documentation, you will see. Let me open new resource. We have 2 things for get. We can either get one data or we can get all data. So currently we are getting all the data. Let's try to get one data. So in the users, we can simply pass the ID, which is, let's say, we have 4 for Abhishek. So we don't have to use this, just add 4. 4. Now we will only see for Abhishek. But the problem is we will get an object, not an array. So we can console.log this to check. Open the console, refresh. See, now we are getting an object of Abhishek like this. Fine. So that was get by ID and directly get for all with no ID path params. So that's all for now. And that was all about Axios or API requests. I mean Axios API request, that's fine. So what is debouncing? If we search it on Google, let's say what we get. Debouncing. It simply means delaying a function in JavaScript or like yes, in JavaScript. Basically. So see, debouncing is written as okay, not this, it's chemistry in JavaScript. Yes, this one. It is written here that debouncing in JavaScript is a practice used to improve browser performance. There might be some functionality in a web page which requires blah blah blah. Okay, we don't need this. It simply means delaying a function. Where do I find the correct definition? A debounce function makes your code only triggered once as per user input. Yes, this is correct. Or if you want a more clear explanation, okay, let me open this. My channel or my page in FreeCodeCamp here. Fine. There are some heavy tasks in software development like calling an API. So here we have an API endpoint. Suppose the API searches a list of users and we cannot or can't afford to fire it too often. We want to search it only when we have typed the whole query or whole input. So let's implement this. In React, we will create a function const, let's say, okay, we have to create a function. So let's say, what can we say? Search pin. And here I have an API that will search the pin code or like location details according to the pin code. We also have Axios installed. So let's import Axios from Axios. Here we will make the API call. So axios.get we will use get method. Then we will pass this pin API here endpoint. Let's also create one input tag of placeholder enter your pin code. So it's done and it's here. Let me zoom this. Too much. Okay, fine. We have this input. Fine. But let's do one more thing here. Let's bring it down. So we have to just copy or cut this, paste it in app, and then remove everything else that we don't need. and it's here. Also remove the background color because that also we don't need. We have enter your pin code. Now this function will run when we type something in the pin code input. This input we can say on change event, we can call this search pin input. Then we have to pass the query, so we can say event here. It will take event. Let's do this. Let's just pass the target and value directly. Now this will take an event here, and it will pass event dot target dot value. Let's take the value here, and we have to append the value here in this pin API. So we will do a question mark. Wait a second. Let's do this. Yes, it will append the value like this. So we can say console.log response res and save. If it fails, we will simply catch it. Catch to get the error, if any, in the console. Console.log error. We have one extra bracket. Let's try this. Open the console. Oh, sorry, not to console. Let's open the network tab first. Let me do it like this. Close this. Click settings here. How do I remove this? Yes, yes. Click settings. But what about this? We can't clear disable cache. No. Just click this button. It will not. Okay, just bring it upwards a little bit. Now let's type the pin code. See, we can see the response here. It's returning us this, and it's appending the pin code to this API using this value. So in the preview, in the response, we are getting the post offices. So let's filter it out. Now, if you now know the API call is getting called properly. So let's refresh and try once more. Add the pin code. Okay, undefined. What about res? Let's try once more. 800001. One more zero extra. I'll remove that. Open this response. We have to keep the data. So res.data, and what's inside the data? 0th index. We have to filter 0 index dot post office. So that's not important, the data we are getting. The data is not important. The important is how we are getting the data. So let's say if you open the network tab, clear it out everything, type your pin code, let's say 800001. So let's say we type the pin code 6 or 5 times. How does this go? How will it expand? Okay, so we called API like 6 times because we have 6 numbers here. So the API call has been called 6 times, each with a different response and request. So to avoid that, we use debouncing. And if you use debouncing, what will happen is the API call will be called only once, and this whole data, this whole query will be sent at once. Because currently, if you see, we are sending 8, then 80, then 800, 8000, and then so on till the last letter. So that's not preferable. That causes abuse of the API, and trust me, you don't want that. So what we can do is we can just refresh the page. Let's implement debouncing now. So for the debouncing function, we need a method which is called useEffect hook from React. So let's import it. Import useEffect from React. Also, it's fine here, but we need one more thing called states. So we will import useStateHook, and we will create one state. So const, let's say pin and set pin. Now if we type the pin, it will be set inside this pin state using set pin method. Now let's create the hook of useEffect. all these things we have to do, and it's simple. Now we have a dependency array here. So if we put the pin here or the state here, this use effect hook will run and it will call anything that's inside it when, like, it will call everything inside it when the value changes. So we will do this. We will create a set timeout function inside this use effect hook. We will do const set or search pin. Let's do this equal to, we will use set timeout, or let's do set search pin, or let's call the function debouncing. Fine, we are creating a function called debouncing. Okay, yes. Then we have to move this whole thing inside this set timeout function. But one more thing before moving it inside, this takes the function that it will call and the interval. So let's say we want to call the API after 2 seconds of typing. So when we type, and let's type 8 4 zeros and 1. The moment we finish typing 1 at the last, after 2 seconds, this function will run. After typing 2 seconds, I will show you. So in the debouncing, we have set timeout here. Let's cut the Axios API called, and we don't need it here. Remove this. So the value becomes the pin now because we have the state here. So pin API plus the pin. It will append the pin code to the API at the last. Fine. And then it will display the data. So it's done debouncing. Now we have to call the function. So to call the function, we can simply do this. So how to call the function? Let's do this. So we will do return, and inside this return we will do, but wait a second. Okay, how to do this is, in the return we will do this, clear timeout, and we will pass this debouncing function. So let's see if it works or not. Now what will happen is, if we type in the pin code text, the pin will change and this function will run, but it will only run when we type the last letter, and then after 2 seconds this API call will be displayed. So now let's check, clear the console. Now let's type the pin code 800001. Let's check. See, it works. After like 2 seconds, we are getting this call here, API call, with the data that is present in the database. All this data. Let's try one more, clear it out. Let's try 600001. See, now we are getting the data of Chennai because this input of 6, this is the pin code of, like, from Chennai, I think. If we add 5, it will fetch one more set of data after 2 seconds. Fine. So that's how debouncing works in React. We have two components here, home and profile, both at the same level. In the home, we are passing a name, a state called name. In the profile, we are passing the function to set the state of set name. In the profile, we have a button that will change the name to Uday when clicked. Then it will, like, if we change the name, it will be passed here, and the name will be passed in the home component like this. So if we click the name, change the name button, the name will change to Uday like this. Let's remove the profile, we don't need that. Right, fine. Change the name is Uday. So basically we have an app that changes name using two components. It is changing in profile using a button, and it's getting displayed in the home component. So where in the both components we are passing name and set name as props. Here we are saving it and destructuring it. But this can cause a lot of, like, clumsy code. and it also causes one thing which is called drop dealing. For example, let's say we have a component home in the app.js. In the home, we are calling another component as its child. In that child component, like let's say child1, we are calling subchild1. Then we have to pass the name all over. To avoid that, we use something called context API in React. So let's see how it works. So the first step is we have to create a context here. So let's do that. Let's create a folder first called contexts. In the folder, let's create a file called global context.js, a JavaScript file. Let's import something called create context. This will be used to create a context in the global context.js file. Let's create a const. Let's say user data. Let's create the context using this. Then we have to pass this create context and an empty object here. This user data will be our global object or global state. So we will do an export here if we want to use this user data in other components. Basically, we will import the user data in this component of app.js. So import not create context, user data from context and global context. So now this user data will be imported from here. We have to wrap the both components in the user data like this. Let's make the name as capital. Let's make it as an U. Same here and here. Save this and this. Fine. Then we don't need to like have a self-closing tag here. We have to wrap our components in this user data tag like this. So we are wrapping our home component and profile component in user data. Fine. This was the second step. The next thing we have to do is we have to add a provider. So we will add dot provider. Provider means we are sending data. We have to do it in the both opening and closing tags like this. It's done. It's working perfectly. Now let's pass the data or the functions. Let's say we have to pass some value. We have to pass the value using this value prop. Let's pass the name here because we want to pass the name and set name as well. If we are adding the value here, we don't have to add this here. It will be automatically propagated to both components wrapped in user context. I mean this user data provider. So it's done. Third step. Now let's come into the global context. Okay, not in global context. In let's say home.js. Fine. We don't need to get this from here. Remove this and this as well. So don't save it because you will get an error because name is not defined yet. So now let's get data because here we are sending data to home and profile, the both name and set name. So this both will be available in home.js as well as in profile.js components. So let's now get data that we're sending. So we will import the same thing, which is use context from React. Also, we have to import the context name, which is our user data. So we will say import user data from profile, not profile, 2 steps back, context and global context. Save this. Wait a second, user data. Fine, we are doing it right. Okay. So in here, we don't have the set name yet. Wait a second, here we don't have the set name or name yet. So to get the name, we will simply destructure it. To destructure it, we will do const name equals to, okay, not like this, we have to destructure. So we can say let name equals to we will have to use context hook and have to pass the context name, which is user data, like this. Now it will work. The same thing we have to do inside profile.js, but we will have to get this thing, set name, not the name, because we are setting it using the function of set name. Also import these two things here and save, enter and save. Now this should work. Now click change the name and it should work. Click it and see, the name is Uday. If you make it to something else like Abhishek and click it again, it will change the name to Abhishek. And that's how the use context hook or context API works in React. So it's a simple example, but you can like do a lot of things with this. Oh, sorry. For example, let's say we had one more component here called settings.js. Make it function component. Let's import settings component in home.js like this. Import settings. Let's render it out here. Also, let me make it an h1 tag to display it properly. Save. So it's here. So let's say we want to pass the name as props. So it is in the home component. Yes, we have to pass. If we are using props, we have to pass like this, I mean, then we have to come to home.js. We have to destructure it like this. Then again, we have to pass the name again, name as name. Then we have to get it again here. So it's a lengthy process. And this thing, passing the state as props, is called prop drilling. So it's coming from app.js to home component, it's coming from home to settings, and so on. So basically, we don't need to do it here. So remove this, remove prop here, and remove this from here. Suppose we want to access the name here as well, we will do the same thing. We will import these things. Let me remove it from here as well. We will import these two things like use context and user data. Come into settings and we have to change the route for this. Yes, it's the same route. We don't have to change it. Fine. Let's do this thing, destructure the context. Now we can print the settings or simply the name here, Abhishek. Let's change a little bit. Say we have to pass one more state. Let's say const active and or let's say age. Let's pass the age and settings component. Set age. Use state, let's say 51 age number. So let's pass the age as context here. In the provider, it's passed as a value. Let's also get the settings, but I wait a second. This shouldn't be, we don't have to do it here. It's wrong. So, okay, I mean, if we want the state in the settings, we can pass it here in the value in the provider. Then let's come to the settings page. We will create one more, we will structure it and we will do this. What is that? Age. Let's print the age. Let's try this. See what we get. See, now we are getting the age as well because we are passing the age as a global context here in the provider. So that's all, and that's how it works. Our use context API. So let's see the difference between class and class names in React. We are using a class component here of class of app. Let's add some styling in app.css. So we use the class keyword to add a styling to our HTML elements, or in our case we have JSX in React, not HTML. So we have an header here, a class of header with a red color and the border in the CSS file. Now let's merge them. So we'll say h1 class this header, because that's how we do in HTML, right? It's working also. You see, we have a red color text fh1 with a black border around it. But the problem is we are using two class keywords here. One is for creating the class that encapsulates or like it covers all these things like render, return and all. And in the return we are using one more class called this for rendering the CSS. If you open the console, what we will see is an error that says invalid DOM property due to in class name, because we cannot use class two times because it's a reserved keyword that is used to create a class in React or in JavaScript. So if we search class in JavaScript, we will see the same thing. Classes are used to create a class, just like this. So instead of the class, we can use class name and it will work fine. It will work the same way and we don't have the error now. If you check, we won't have it. See, no errors here. Refresh and save. So that's how, or that's why we use class name instead of class. Let me show the same in functional component. Make an h1 here that says something like, wait a second, h1 that says hello. Now let me import CSS here. Import app.css. Save it. Now let's use class here. Class equals to header. It will reflect here, but you will see the error that we got previously in class component. That class name is an invalid DOM property. Did you mean class name? So the same thing is here. So to fix this error or warning, we can say class name here, and it will work the same way, but with no errors. If you open the console, let's see what we have. We have no errors of using this class. So that's how, or that's why we use class name instead of class keyword in React. First of all, let me explain all this code here. We are having two components, users and posts. We are calling this both in app.js like this. We are importing this and calling this in this div class name. In the users, we are fetching all these users here from JSON placeholder, all the users, and we are mapping it through this array and returning the name. We have users. Similarly, we have the posts. We are having an array of posts. The state, we have a function to get all the posts, use effect hook, and the same thing. We are returning the user title from the posts array. Fine. We also have h2 here and we have this h2. So the basic thing to know here is the both components users.js and post.js, they are same. I mean the logic is same. For example, we have same state, we have the array state, only the name is different. We have this get posts and get users function. The functionalities are same. We are calling fetch API using the API endpoint and returning response. Then we are setting inside it the state. Then in the use effect hook, we have it here. We are calling the function. Then we are returning the mapped array like this. So we have two components, users and posts. We have to create, let's create a higher order component that will solve our problem. For example, we don't have to use the function two times here. We will write the logic only once. It will run in the both components. It will take some parameter and it will run. Same way it will be done here. So let's see how to do that in the React component. So now what we have to do is we have to create a file here in the source folder called higher order.js. So we create a functional component like this. In this return, I mean in the function of higher order, we will return one more return or one more thing. We will return a function. So return function, let's say HOC. In the HOC, we will put this. Fine. It's done. Remove this as well. And fine. So first, now what we have to do is we have to remove this default export from here and do this. Let me import the component of higher order. So import this component and simply do this const users comp equals to higher order. Then we will pass this users component. First, let's pass the component title, just users, not the component. So we have to export this as well. So export default users comp, user comp, or better make it users comp. Save it. Also remove the posts from here. Save it, save it, save it. So users comp is here. Fine. We are passing the title. So let's get the title in this component. So we can say title. In this div, we will simply make an h2 and we will render out the title. We will see users now as the title here. If you make it this, it will change dynamically. Let's do the same for posts. We don't need all this. Now remove this effects. This, okay, we need this but later. But here what we will do is, see, we are doing this, so let's do it here as well. Remove this, copy this, paste this, make this as posts, make this as posts comp and export it defaultly. Now refresh, we will not see it here because we are not importing this component here. So import it. Okay, higher order is not defined. Let's define it or import it. God, I'm so tired. So tired. Refresh. We will see posts, but we are not seeing here. Why? We cannot see posts because they're passing the title. Fine. Refresh. Why cannot we see posts? Users comp, export this. Post comp, export this. Higher order posts. Okay. Call it here as well. Fine. Now it's working. We can see the title set successfully. Now let's just pass this function. Let me bring it here first. We have users and posts. So we have to just cut all the function and the state. We don't need it here. We just need this users mapping here and here. We have to paste it here. So paste and then import the use state hook and use effect hook. Simply like this. Change the users to data. So it will be done here and here. Change the set user to set data. And change it here. Then third thing to change is the function name. This should be not get users, get data. Change it here. Save all these things. Fine. Just like we passed the title, we have to pass the component name called users. So we don't need the h2 of users here and the post save and save. So just pass this users here as arguments, and here we will pass the function of posts. We are passing two things here, post as a string and a function here as well. Users as a string and users as a function. So here we don't need state and effects. So remove it. So we are passing it here. So we have to receive it as well now. So we will say component. So we will call it as a component. So for example, let's say we had it here. How do we call it? We can call it using this. Save and refresh the page. We will see nothing because nothing is here in the div, in the return. So we can add an h1 in the users and say hello from users. The same thing we can do in posts. So let's make it an h2, not h1. We can say hello from posts. Here we are adding users and here posts. And we can see it here successfully. But what about the data? How will we pass the data to show it here? It's very simple. Just pass it as props in the component like this. Let me receive it as props. The way we do it. And we can uncomment this. Then we can say data.slides.this map. Then we can see all this data, which is usernames. For the component of posts, same thing can be done. So uncomment and make the posts data.slice.map and all. Refresh the page. Refresh and we can see all these things. But see, we are not seeing the title of the posts because we have none. Instead of title, we have this, which is called, instead of, wait a second, data.slice title, we should get it here, but we are not. Title, wait a second. Yes, we are not getting title because we don't have title in the users because see, we are just calling the users. So if you make this as name, we should see all the names. So same API is called for the both components, users and posts. So to change it, we will do this. So to change it, how can we change it? We will pass the third thing here in the component of higher order. This will be a string called the last word of the API call. For example, we have the users, so we have to pass this users. In the posts, we have to pass posts. Now it will come up here. Let's say resource or response. Not response. What is a better name for this? We can say request. So pass the request here dynamically. So request and add a dollar to make it dynamic. Now we will not see the posts because it's dynamic. We can only see the post. Sorry, let me explain why we are not seeing posts. Because we are mapping the data, this data, users data, which has no name in it. But sorry, we are not mapping the data. We are mapping these posts, which has no users in it. It has title instead. So we can say user.title and it will be here. See, we have this posts and we have this users. Let me differentiate or make an HR tag between them, a horizontal line. So here we have posts, we have users, we have users here and post here. All done with a single component called higher order. So we are calling the component in both components. I mean, we are calling the higher order component in users component and in posts. In the users, we are passing the title, the component function, and the API last endpoint, like this users or posts. See, in both we are doing this. It is coming in this component as title as title C. The users is the title, the component, all the data is component, and the request is this request. The API last word. I don't know what it's called because I'm very tired right now to think. Fine. So we have request here. So it's fetching the data according to request, according to the posts or users. Fine. Then it's also getting stored inside this data that's being stored inside a data state. This is the component that we are rendering, and in the component we are passing the data as props. It's coming here as data, and then we are mapping it successfully in both components, users and posts. So it's like a full circle. We are calling the higher order component here, then exporting the component here. It's coming here, all these things we are passing. Then again, it's getting called like a function here. We are having a state which contains all the data as per the API call. We are passing the component again here with the data, and now it's coming here and it's getting mapped. So that's how, or that's what is a higher order component in React and how to use it. So what is lazy loading? So lazy loading simply means to load a component when we really need it. For example, let's say we have a file that's too big, like this file, so many text here, letters, or a project with so many components like a admin panel or a user management portal. So in those cases, when the file or project structure is big, we can use lazy loading to decrease the load time and increase the performance of the app. So let me show you the current performance of these two components. Let me comment this and save. Let me refresh and bring this back. So if we refresh it once more, okay, let me change this network flow 3G to no throttling. Refresh it. So the bundle size is 419 kilobytes before lazy loading. So I have already wrote it here, these comments. So bundle size is 419 kilobytes and the time is 135 milliseconds. Now let's check the load time and the size after lazy loading. To implement lazy loading, we will just do this. Const, let's say lorem, the component name. Then we will use react.lazy. L should be small, followed by a callback function, callback. In the callback, we will simply import the component path. So for lorem, it's lorem. Then const home equals to react.lazy. We will add the path for home. This will be not import. What was that? Yes, import the home route. HOME. Comment the routes before lazy loading. Save. Now let's check. Refresh the page. Now in the bundle, the size is 375 ms and the load time is 191 milliseconds, which is, wait a sec, size 191 milliseconds. That's much. Okay, I think we recorded it wrong. So let's comment this and bring back this, the original imports. Refresh the page. In bundle.js, we have 419 kilobytes and 141 millisecond. 141. Save. Now comment these two and bring back the lazy loaded routes. Refresh. In the bundle, it's 375. 375. Yes. Okay, 375 and wait. Remove. And 131. So it's smaller than the before lazy loading imports. So see, it differs. Wait a second. Bundle.js, it's 375 kilobytes, not ms. KB, small k and big B, like this. So that's lazy loading. That decreases the load time and increases performance. I mean, it's not much, but for a larger application, it will be dramatic and it will drastically improve the performance if you use lazy loading. So, what if we make the network slow, like through slow 3G? Refresh the page, it will load very slowly. And in our case, if we load it, wait a sec, load it, open the network tab, load it, it will be very slow. And we will see this blank screen when we are loading the components. How to fix that? So we use something called suspense from React. So let's do this. We can import suspense from React and then wrap the components in suspense. Save. Okay. The suspense will take a fallback. This one is a callback and it's a fallback. So it is rhyming equals to, we have to add the component that will load here. So we can either add direct JSX like a div and anything inside it that says loading, please, PLESE, wait, save. Now if you refresh and close this, you will see something called loading, please wait for a small time, for a brief moment of time. See, it's still here. I don't know how to decrease the network speed. Before this, let's add custom throttling, custom profile. Let's say profile name is VVS and this is 3 KBIT/S. What is the problem? Number must be number 0 to 10 kilobytes, I think, between 0 to 10. Let's make it 10. We cancel this. Refresh this. Let's try offline. Refresh the page. No internet. Okay, that's something else. Fine. So let's try slow 3G once more. And you will see a loading text here. Loading, please wait for a short moment of time. So that's how we do suspense in React. Or else if you don't want to use this div directly, you can simply import a component. So I have one component here called loader. Let's import it. So import loader from one step back loader and just add the loader in the fallback. Fallback. Refresh now. You will see the loader again. See. So let's try to increase the text a little bit more. Let's see what happens. Let's paste it a bunch of times in app.js. Sorry, in home.js. So just paste it, keep pasting it. We don't need GitHub profile. Keep pasting it and save. Now it is now bigger. We don't need to format it. So refresh. Now the loading text will take some time before it disappears. So we can call the home once more and once more and once more. Now let's check what we have. Now we see the loading text, you see, please wait. And the loading will come when the component is loading, when we are lazy loading the component. So that's about lazy loading in React and how it works. As you see here, you have a function called getUsers that's getting the users from this API call. We are simply calling the function to get the users. Fine. But let's suppose a case where this API call we have to do in 10 different files or like 50 different files or components. So we have to repeat this function all over directly. We have to make an API call to this API endpoint using fetch API or Axios, then call this, then post it, I mean put it inside the use effect hook like this. But that's not proper. So in this case, we will create a helper function. So let's create a folder called helpers, and in the folder let's create a file called get users or get all users.js. Copy this function const get users and add it here. Make it export, and we don't need this console log. We will simply return this function. See, and that's all for now for the helper function. Now we have a helper function to get the users from this API call, and we can call it in any file we want, and that made our things easy. So now let's import this function. We can say get users from helpers / get all users, and we are done. But a few things before that, we have to return it in a let variable. So this is returning some value, the data after fetching the results, all list 10 array items. So we have to store it inside a variable called data. Then we can simply console.log this data, and if we refresh the page, we will get this promise. So we have to create another function. We can use async a bit here, but it's not proper. So make a function called const get users helper. It will be an arrow function like this. Move these two things or cut things here, and then call it here. It will still be a promise. So we have to use a async function, make it async, and get users will be wait. Now let's check. So refresh the page. Now we can get all the data here directly without calling any API in our main file. So that's make our app.js or any component in which we use the helper function clean and easy to use and understand. So the logic is separate from here and the UI is separate. Now let's take one more example. Let me create one more helper function here, which will be called add to.js. This will add two numbers. So we'll do export const, let's say add nums, make it an arrow function again. Okay, what I'm doing equals to this syntax. Then in this function, we will simply turn the a plus b. So this a plus b, we have to get it from somewhere. So we will get it from arguments. Then if we call the function, we have to pass a and b here. So copy this function name, add nums, come here, we can simply call the function add nums from helpers / add to. So we can call the function. So let's create one more. So let's say const add to nums helper. Then we can simply call this function like this. Then let's add a button here. Say add, and on the button we have one only event we can have, and this function call. Now it will return this, but we have to store it in some variable. So we can say let sum equals to this, and we can simply console this sum, console.log sum. Now click the button. Okay, we can just comment this data console here. Now add, click add. We will see n means not a number, because we are not passing any arguments or parameters, because it's getting 2. So we can pass two numbers directly, say 2 and 3. And now if we click add, we will get 5 here in line number 14 in app.js file. So that was a function to add two numbers using a helper function. Suppose we want to add one more function here called sum. So we had sum already, we can say const multiply. So we can do return a multiplied by b. It will also take two things because c and b are not defined in add to. Wait a second. In add to, yes, it's not defined. So we have to define it. Then it will multiply and return us back the multiplied number. So here we can do or simply import it first. So it's multiply the function name, or let's better make it multiply nums. So copy this function name and add it here. Import it first. So we have the sum here. We can also have let multiples equals to multiply sums, and let's add two numbers 2 and 4. Then we can console the same thing. So what is the problem? Multiply nums was not found in helpers. Add 2. Save this, then it will work. Let's add one more button for multiplication, but we can use it as also. So if we click, we will get sum and multiplied numbers. So 5, 2 plus 3, 5, and 2 into 4 equal to 8. I think I'm correct. That's so. Let me show you one last thing here. We are calling this get users helper function. I mean, we are having a function of get users helpers. In this, we are calling get users, this function. We can pass a param here as well. So for example, if you see, we have something like posts, comments, albums, all things. So let's try to add the posts here. Passed a variable called posts. I mean, not a variable, a string. It will come in the get users function, and we can receive the users. We can receive it as params or param. Then let me convert this into string literals here. Then we can simply replace user with a param. So if we pass anything here in this function of get users, it will come up here. It will append to the API endpoint and it will call. So now I will get all the posts. Refresh, comment, uncomment this data, and we are getting all the 100 posts. See, if you pass to dos, we will get to dos. So let's pass to dos. So now it became it became dynamic. It just became dynamic. Yes. Now if it is refresh the page, it will be to dos 200. This. We can check the network tab. So let's open network, refresh. Let me filter it to XHR and fetch API. Let me turn network all settings. Where is the filter? Okay, I think settings. Slow 3G to fast or no throttling. Now we will see we are reading to dos here. If you open headers, this will be to dos. If you make it as photos, we will see photos in the console. Refresh, and we're reading photos. So it just became dynamic. So that is what is a helper function in React and how to use it. So as you see here, I have an object, a family tree, which contains childrens. For example, this John, it's a grandfather, and it contains these children called Mary, Arthur, and Dolores. It has 3 children. So we're mapping the children from this array. Yes. So click this John. It will show the name of his 3 children. But this can become hectic if we have children inside children like this. That's right. So see, we have children inside children and it can go on and on and on. In that case, we cannot get or we cannot map each and every child statically like this we are doing right here. We have to automate the process so that it maps itself. So in that case, we will use recursion so that this family function or component calls itself when it comes to mapping. So let's do that. We will call this family function again in the time of mapping. So we will pass the same prop here, family tree, but in this case it will be child. So for example, let's say we are mapping this first children. It's returning us this thing and the children inside it. If it is true, it will pass it up here again and it will like break it like it's doing up here. So let's pass the family tree prop as child. So if it has a children array, it will map it up. If it does not have an array, it will skip it. So that's the power of recursion. Now let's try this. Click John. It's open. Mary, Arthur and Dolores. It's opening this. Then click the Arthur. It will open up because Arthur has the children array. These two. Now click Mary. It will not open up because Mary has no children. Now let's go into Dolores. Same, Dolores has no children. But in this Arthur, we have Lily and Billy. If you click Lily, it will have two children because then it will open up. But Hank and Henry have no children, so it will not open up. Then again, same with Billy, it will not open up. So in the same way, in a similar manner, if the child have some children, it will open up, or else it will not open up. So that's recursion in React and how to use it. So in this video, let's see a question that says, write a function which takes an array of multiple functions and executes them one by one in left to right manner. And it has been asked by Zomato in their interview session or questions. So let's try to tackle this question. Our approach should be simple. We will create an array first. So let's create an array of this const fn array, and it will be a array. Yes. So step one that was, and inside we will have some functions. So it says it takes an array of multiple functions. So let's create multiple functions. So left function keyword we need fn. That's how we write a function. Let's return a plus b. Let's write the params here. Fine. We have a function to add two numbers. Let's repeat it 3 times. This will be subtract, so minus, multiplication, and this one should be division. So we have an array of 4 functions. So this part is done. Now let's execute it. So let's create a function, a main function that it says in the question. So write a main function. So const main fn. We can make this an arrow function. Inside this, we can call this array using map method simply. But first, we have to call this function in this effect as well if you want to run it on the page mounts. On the page mount. Sorry, not here. Sorry. Here we have to write. So we will simply map this fn array. So we can say map to get all the functions inside directly. It takes an parameter called fn, and we can simply return this fn function. Now let's store the data inside one variable because it's returning it. So console dot. Okay, let's do this. Let's say let data, or let's say let result. So whatever we get from all these function executions, we will get inside this result. The data will get inside this result. So we'll get addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, all these. And then we can simply console it to check in the console. So result. Let's open the console and check what we are getting right now. It will be an error. We are getting this array. Yes, it's an error because all the 4 items are giving an. Because we're not passing this values, which is a and b. So let's pass 2 and 3. So refresh. Now we are getting this. So 2 and 3 we are passing. So this will be 5 minus 1 because 2 minus 3 equals to minus 1. This should be 6 because multiplication, and this should be this 0.66665. We can make this as 4 or 6 and 3. Then we will get this 9 because we're adding them. 3 we are subtracting them. 18 multiplication and 2 as division. So that was how we do it in an array. But we have one more option here to do this. Not in an array, but in an array object. So let me comment these and wrap this in an object like this. We will make an add value here, add key. Now this add will run when the function is running. I mean, this add will run when we call the add. So why don't we make this as something else called, or make this function as add, and this should be a simple key name which will be function. Now we have the add function. Similarly, let's repeat it multiple times. Okay, not this. Let's repeat. Let's make it minus, multiplication, and division. Now this should be divide. This should be, what can we call it, multiply or multiply. Yes, they should be subtract. Now we have 4 different functions: add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Save. We can remove this, but let's leave it. Now we will call fn.fn because we have a key name here in this object, because right now it will give an error if we refresh the page. Cannot write properties. Sorry, fn is not a function. So I will do fn.fn, and that will work now the same way. Refresh, and we are getting all the 4 items after addition or sum, subtraction, division, and multiplication. So in both cases we can do it. So I think that's all. The question has been solved. We have a function that takes array of multiple functions and executes them one by one, left to right. So left to right means from top to bottom, if we are saying this formatted code. So add is the left, then second left, third left, and fourth left. So that was how we do it, and it's done. So let's say custom hook is a service, we can say, like in Angular we have services. The same way we can have a custom hook, but with more functionalities. So let's try to create a custom hook here that will call these 2 APIs. We will need a file here called, let's create a file called hooks. In the file, in a folder, let's create a file called use JSON or JSON placeholder. So if you want to create a hook, we will use the name with use JSON placeholder like this. Here we will create these 2 things. So let's copy or cut and paste it here. Save. Now what we have to do is we have to just create a function like this function app. So we'll do function, let's say use data. It will be a function like the app.js. Inside we will see we have these things, all these use effect hooks and states. So see, we are having these 2 states and we are using it here. So let's create this in this hook inside this function. Yes, so paste it and save. But we need to use state from React. So let's import it. Import use state from React. Save. And these two functions we also need inside this use data. At the last, we need to export this. So export default this use data hook. And we are done. Not done, almost done. We have two states, users and posts, and we're calling the API. We will note here that we also have this use effect hook. So we need this here in order to run these two hooks. These two methods, I mean, get users and get posts. So let's import this as well here. So use effect, and it's done. Fine. So save this file, but we will get an error because we don't have the users here. These states we don't have here. So let's return them from this component. Just like we returned some JSX here, this we will return it here. So we can say return in curly bracket, we will do users comma posts, and that's all. So that is our custom hook to fetch the users and posts from this APIs. But we have to call this new hook into our app.js. So let's do it. We can import use data from this address, this navigation address. Then we can destructure the data here. We can select users and comma posts equals to use data. Yes, we have to do this, and it will work. It will fetch the data that it was fetching previously. So here now I have a hook that fetches the users and get posts, and it loads on the page load or page mount. So basically we are doing this. We are getting the posts and users from these APIs and loading them on page mount, which is in our custom hook. So we can use it anywhere we want because we don't need this here. Remove it. Fine. Yes, we can use it anywhere we want in our file or project or component or our React app. So that was all about how to create a custom hook. A custom hook, singular hook. So let's take an example first of a real life promise that says, I promise someone to be my friend on one condition, that I give him a chocolate every day. If I fail to give him a chocolate even on a day or a single day or one day, he will break the promise and he will not be my friend. Now let's implement this in React. So what we will do is we can create a let friend function. Inside we will have a syntax for promise which will say new promise. It will take two things, which is resolve and reject. So if the promise is complete, done, it will be resolved, or else if it fails, it will be rejected. Now let's create a condition for promise. So let's create a variable first. So let is chocolate every day. If it is true, only then the promise will resolve. So we have to do this. So if this is true, is chocolate every day. If this is true, we will call this resolve and we will pass some params which will say promise resolved. If it fails, so it means if this variable is false, is chocolate every day, we will reject it. We can say reject and a message called promise broken. So that's done. Now we have to call this function called friend. So we can do it like this. So if friend function, then we will use then block. So then for resolve statement, which will return us a response if it is successful. So in this then block, we will call this response and we can simply console.log this response. And we will get this message here, promise resolved. But if it fails, we have to call a catch block. which says an error. Or let's make this simply as dissolve to simplify things, and this one as reject. CLG reject. Now open the console and let's see what we are getting in the console. Refresh. Okay, something is wrong. Friend is not a function. So what can we do here? Let friend. Okay, fine. Make it as const. Then it will work. Okay, the problem is this is not a function. So let me clear this. Save and let me refresh the page. Now it will work. So promise resolved because we are resolving the promise. It's true. Then it's returning this thing. Or else if it fails, it will return this. So make it as false because we fail to give chocolate every day. So it's broken. We can add a custom message here as well, like this. So we can say, or just wrap it in a template little string, and we can add our text. No dot add here, add dot here, and say no more. Sorry, not here. Do it here, like this. That will say no more friend ship. No more friendship. And now we will get the extended message here with this promise broken message. No more friendship. So that was promise in React. Now let's take one more example for promise here. In this promise one, it is a function and it's getting a parameter called param1. If the parameter we pass, it's Nishant, it will resolve, else it will reject. In the second function, we are passing param2, and if param2 is promise resolved, this resolved text, it will be resolved and print this or else this. Basically, we will link these promises together in a chain. So we can call the promise one first. So say promise one. We will pass some params, let's say Nishant. Then it will resolve because the param one is Nishant and as per condition it will resolve. It will return us some message in the then block. Say response. We can console this response and let's see what we get. Let's also call the function in his effect hook to run when the page mounts. So open the console. Refresh the page. We are saying promise resolved text, line number 27, because the promise has been resolved. And now see, this promise 2 takes a param 2, and if it is equal to this promise resolved, it will resolve this, else it will reject this. So we have to chain one more then here. Say then, and here we can say response again, response, or we can say f response for first response and s response for second response. Then we can console.log this s response. But we are not calling this function. If we save and run, it will be undefined because the function is not getting called and this is null or undefined. So we have to call promise2 here and we have to pass this f response here. So let's do it and pass this f response. Now it will work. Refresh the page. We will see promise resolved and undefined. Wait, s response is getting passed here. Promise resolved. The text is right. Let me add one more block called else or catch error block. So the catch, if it is any error, then we can say error and console.log this error. Now we are hitting this promise resolved again and undefined. but we shouldn't get this. Then as response, we are calling this promise to. Okay, the problem is we have to return this function, not simply call it like this. It will not work. So return promise to and f response. Now I will get these two both. So let me console it or just go back and return this function. Now refresh it once. We will get promise resolved and Nishant is a good boy. So basically we are getting first response and second response. If we make this promise rejected here or change the text, we will get some errors. You see, we are getting promise resolved from the first response and Nishant is still a good boy from this reject statement. But if we change this thing, this should be, let's say, shallish. So it will not go inside this then block because it will directly reject the first promise. It will directly go inside this error. So if we refresh and save, we will get promise rejected. Let me refresh once more. We will see promise rejected. Because on the first level, we are not resolving the promise. So it will not get inside this block. It will directly go inside this block. And it will reject the promise. So that was promise in React and how to use it. So now let's look into async await part in React. So what is async await? It's nothing but syntactical sugar on our promises. So what do I mean by that is, let me show you what I mean by that. So in order to make a function asynchronous, we will have to use async keyword here. Now the function is async. We have to call await now. So we have to call the function now. This is promise one function. So it simplifies the way we write promises. That's all, nothing else. So we will await this function, promise one. And await means everything else in the promise or in this promisement function will wait until this function is finished executing. So let me record the response in a variable called response or res. Now let me console this res to see what we are getting. We should say nothing or we should reject it because the name is Salesh here, not Nishant, and it's not matching together. So open the console. We will see promise rejected because the name is not matching. So let's pass Nishant here or make the param 1 equal to Nishant. Now I will see promise resolved because it's getting resolved. Fine. So it finishes, then everything else will run because we have an await here. Now let me call promise to. So let me call promise to using let res2 response to equal to await promise to, and we have to pass this response here because it's promise resolved. It will come here and then it will print this if it resolves. So we can console.log second one as well, which will say res2, and we can save the file and check. Refresh it once, we will see promise resolved, and Nishant is a good boy. Fine, but we cannot catch errors here. But if we want to catch errors, let's say we don't pass anything in the promise to, where is it here? Let's say you pass something else called some random text. We will get this message here. So we cannot add a custom message we want in this async await. But we can. So what we have to do is we have to wrap it in a try catch block. So try, all our code will go inside try that can fail, and then if it fails, we will call catch like this. Is that right? Do we have to call catch like this? Let's think or try. So in the catch, we can say console.log. We can say promise rejected. I think we don't have to use this. Save and now let's see. Yes, that works. Promise rejected because we are passing some random text here. Not the text that's here and being compared to param2. So promise rejected because you know why. If we add res here, it will resolve again. Sorry. res response. Refresh. Promise resolved and Nishant is a good boy. So that was promise and async await. Now let me just copy this. Let me make this async main. Change the name and add it here. Fine. Now let me do this. Copy the function or the use effect hook together and go back to promises page or where we wrote the promise code and simply paste it here. Wait, brothers and so okay. Challenge, this should be not here. Should we make this Nishant? Yes. Let's add the function here. We only need one use effect hook because we can call one use effect hook and two functions. Two birds with one stone. So we have promise main. This is the syntax of promises. This is the syntax of async await. Async await. So you can decide which one do you want to use. If you want to use promise or async await. I prefer async await because the code is shorter and simplified. Not this then and then and catch. So that's up to you now. And that was all about promises and async await in React. The implementation. So what is code splitting? It says here that most React apps will have their files bundled using tools like Webpack, Rollup, or Browserify. Bundling is the process of following imported files and merging them into a single file called a bundle. And it can be loaded on a web page to load the app at once. So it basically said that whatever thing we write in our app in this project or in this React app, it will be loaded inside a bundle. Let me show you that bundle and what is it. Open the network tab and we will see if we refresh the page. This bundle.js file, we cannot, this file, let me show you like this. Bundle.js, which contains everything. So everything will be bundled. Even if we are not using the imported things here, it will still bundle the app.js import and this. Or even if we use this, or even if we want to load it like this, it will bundle. So in this case, we can use something called code splitting in React, which means that we can create a smaller bundles. This to avoid winding up with a large bundle, it is good to get ahead of the problem and start splitting your bundle. It is a feature supported by bundlers like Webpack and all, which can create multiple bundles, and it can be loaded dynamically at runtime. So one more thing we have here is loading that I showed in this playlist. You can see the video. But in this, we will use dynamic imports to code split. And we can do it like this. So it says here that this is the normal import. We are using it here. And this one is the, what is it? It was code splitted dynamic import. Instead of using import here, let me comment it. We will have to use it here. So we can do it like this. We can say import the path, which is math, and we can use a then function or a then keyword. Then is simply a promise based or what is it? Yes, promise based call. And if you want to learn about this, then you can see my previous videos on async await and promises in React. All the implementation will be there. So then we can say math. Wait a second. Then we can say math. And here we can say this thing. So just copy or cut and paste. But let me make this a small math. This math will be a function that we are getting here. If you console this math, let me comment this sum and console this math. Let's see what we're getting in the console. Open the console. We will see this module, basically a bundle. So let me bring this back and we can do math dot add and we will pass 5 and 6. Okay, and then we can just do this as well. Replace add with this. Then we can console sum. Let's say we will get 11. So it's working. You can see. Open the network tab now and refresh the page. We will see a bundle called src mat.js chunk. So this thing in the user effect hook is a dynamic import. Let me write it here. Dynamic import, and it created import. It created a small chunk, a small bundle. So we can use the bundle to improve performance and decrease load time. Fine, fine. So let me give you one more example here. So if I refresh the page, this bundle is loading. See. So let's say in a case when we only need this bundle when we click a button. So we can create a button here first that says add. Let me quickly create a function. So const sum, or let's say const simply add. It doesn't matter. Add an arrow function this will be, and we will move all this import in here, including this. Let me remove use effect hook and this as well. Something is wrong. Use effect also. This fine. Now this function will only run when we click the button of add. So we can say on click this thing called add. We have a button here called add. Let's click it and see what we're getting. First, let me open the network tab to see if the bundle is loading or not. No, we cannot see that math.js bundle. But wait a second. How to remove what happened? What is this? Okay, it's something else. It's DevTools. So you see, we are not saying this math.js bundle. We will see it only if we click the button of add. See, we are saying it here and it's getting called a chunk file, a small bundle. So that's how we use dynamic imports in React to improve performance. And it is one of the examples of code splitting in React. We can use react.lazy import, lazy loading, I mean. We can use fallbacks. Okay, not this. We can use this, so it's just part of the lazy loading. So that's how we do dynamic imports in React. So first of all, we need some data. So let's go over to this website called jsonplaceholder.com. We will get some APIs from here that will fetch us some data like this to do or this post comment and all. So let's make the API call in the use effect, or let's create a const method. Const, let's say get data and all of these, then this fetch API. Now let's import the effect. Use effect hook from React like this. Fine, but let's replace this to do's with let's say no post. Let's say users. So make users here and remove one. Fine. So we can see all the users if we call it in use effect hook and set the states and do all this. So also we need the state. So let's create it using use state hook. So users set users equals to users for use effect and array. Now let's set it here instead of console.log. Then we have to call the function in the user effect hook. So render it here Then call the function simply like this, get data. Save. Now time to map this users to return the data inside. So we can say users dot map, let's say user. Then we can return some JSX that can be a div or a fragment first. In the fragment, let's make h2 of user not name. We will get all the username here. So if you open the users, we have more things like username as well. So let's render this as well. We can make an p tag and then we can say user dot username. What is it? Username. Save. We have the username here. These all. Let's make. Wait a second. Let me wrap this in a div. This users mapping. Then give it a class name of class grid main. We will make a card here in the app.css. Fine. So we can say grid main. In this function, in this class name, we can say display of grid and all of these. Fine. We will have this type of template. So we don't need the margin top. Also, let's try username, what is happening? Remove template rows. Refresh the page 1 second. I think this should be. Let's make it auto. To auto adjust them. But wait, something is wrong here. Is we have to make it a div here. Let's try now. Now it's working. We have the name and the username after the name. So let's make one border also. But we have to do it here in this div. So we can say div class name grid child. Come to the app.css and say grid child. Here we can say border 1 pixel solid 212121, and we have a border here. Let's add a little bit padding, 10 pixels. Not here, here. Now they are fine. Let me decrease the color. It's black. Let's make it a little bit gray. Grayer, like this will be fine. We can go more. Okay. This one should be fine. Okay. We have the name and the username. Fine. Now what we have to do is So we can see all the users, but let's create a search input first. So we can say input placeholder should be search users. We will have the input of search users here. Give this a class name as well of search. Now let's come to app.css and search. Then here we will be making these things. Also remove this border. We don't need that. Okay, it's too big, so we can make the height of 20 pixels. Should be fine. Width to 80%. Too much, 50. Let's try 40. Okay, 40 looks fine. Then let's say margin top we need 20. Fine. Also, let's remove the outline of this to none. Make it none. We have this. Also change the border to this color. What is it? this. Now we have this search where we can type our query. Now let's get the query in a state. So we need one state as well. So const search query and set search equals to use state. It will be an empty string as empty string initially, because we don't need to search initially, so it's empty. Then we can change on change. Yes, so on change event, let's type it here. On change event it will take. Then we will use set search function to set the query inside. Set the query inside. Set search event dot target dot value. Save. Whatever you type in this input will be stored inside the search query. Now comes the logic way to search. Let's create a user effect hook here, simply like this. It will run when our state of search query changes, like this. Now let's try to do this. What can we do? We will use filter on the users array. Filter function. Filter, it will return a user to us. Then it will return us whatever condition we write. I mean, it will return us only the data according to the condition we write here, not anything else. So it will filter them, so we can say user. First, let's convert this object into an array, because we will use a function called includes that only works on arrays, not objects. So object.user, object.values. First, convert it into an array like this, then join them, and it means to make all the items in the array to be a string using this join. Fine. Then we will convert all of the strings that we have, like this Lee and Graham, Erwin Howell, into lowercase using two lowercase method, so that we are having all the items in lowercase. Then again, we need to use include, our last method here. So we will find that if this search query is included inside this whole string or array, string of arrays, it will return it. But what if we type something in lowercase, sorry, not lowercase, in uppercase, like this? In this case, we have to use to lowercase here as well to convert it into lowercase, like this. So make it to lowercase, and the logic is written. Now, what we have to do is we have to create a state to set this data. So we can say const, let's say searched, search, searched, and set searched equal to use state this. Then we will set it here like this. All the data, or I mean all the filtered data, will be stored inside the state called searched. Let's also create one more check. So if this query exists, so what if it is empty? So if it contains something, we will set it all here. So cut and paste. Else we will do this. We will set users to this users, just like that. Fine. Now what can we do? So we are showing right now, what we are showing right now is the original array. So let me comment this out first. So if this not searched, let's try this search query. If the search query dot length is more than 0, we will return the searched array. So we can say this. Let's do this. So searched, where is it? We can say search dot map let's say search, then we will return some JSX, which will be just nothing but this. So instead of this user, we will use search. And so it's the first one. Let's do it in second one. Just return this users.map or simply cut it. Save. And now if we check, let's try to search something. Try to search LEANNE. We will see the first one. If we cancel the search or clear the search, it will go back to the original array. Let's try to search Irvin Howell. ERV, so it's showing up here and we are done. So that's how we create a search filter in React using filter function. Now let's try to add one bonus feature here, which is not just any search, debounced search. For example, let's say we type something here. It's searching one by one, so it searches for L first. Then if you type E, it will search for LE, which can be inefficient. So now let's try to implement debounced search. For example, if we type LE, it will not search initially, or just when we search, it will search after 1 second or 2 seconds, or depending on the countdown we write. So in this if, we can do this. Let's create a function called search equals to this. So in this we will use a function called set timeout. So it will create a timeout for us, and based on the timeout, this function will run. So the timeout is 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second. So after the 1 second of typing here, we will get our result, not immediately. Now we have to return this and clean up, do cleanup. So return this. So we can say clear timeout and put the function inside, which is searched. Now let's try to demo this. Search for LEA, and after 1 second it will be here. So refresh the page. Let's try once more. LEA. So you see after 1 second it's coming here. Clear it out. Type LE. After 1 second the data will be here. So that's how we do debound search in React. Make it 500, which will be 0.5 seconds or half seconds. Refresh it. Type LE. After 0.5 seconds, this data will be here, the filter data. After searching, type LEA. It will be here after 0.5 seconds. So that's how we implement debound search in React. So what is TypeScript first? TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. It means TypeScript can do everything JavaScript can, but JavaScript cannot do everything TypeScript can. Like the relation between CSS and SCSS or SAS. Let me take an example of what can we do with TypeScript. Additional things. See, we have this cons user which contains first name, last name, and role. But we are consoling the name here. So this will cause an error on the compile time if it is JavaScript. But in the TypeScript, we will get this error called property name does not exist on the type this and this. So let's try to duplicate this. So let's copy and paste it here. Can remove all this code. So we have this user which contains first name, last name, and role. But if we console the name which does not exist here, let's see what we get. So console.log name, but user.name. User.name. If we hover this name, we will get the same error that we are getting in the Chrome window. Property name does not exist on the type. First name string, last name string, and all. But if we add the first name, it will not throw an error because we already have the first name here. So that is the power of TypeScript in React. But how do we add TypeScript in React? So the basic stuff is just open terminal. We need to do this. So if we are creating a React app, we usually do npx create React app and the app name. So let's make it app. But in case of TypeScript, if you want to add it in a React app, we use the flag called template and the name, which is TypeScript. If you see the documentation of create React app, you will see the same thing here. Template and the TypeScript. We will get not JS files, but TSX file, TSX, which stands for TypeScript in JSX. So, and one more file we get is this file called tsconfig.json, which determines how are we going to compile our code to TypeScript from JavaScript, because this browser does not understand the TypeScript code. It needs to get compiled to JavaScript. So that's how do we create a TypeScript app in React. So let me rewind it once more. What is TypeScript? TypeScript is nothing but a superset of JavaScript. It means everything JavaScript can do, TypeScript can do, and more, but everything TypeScript can do, JavaScript cannot. Fine. It has so many features like type checking, interfaces, and all. You see all these things here. Error handling. No editor warnings in JavaScript, but in TypeScript we have the editor warning. If you make it a name, it will throw an error that name does not exist in this user object, like this. So that is the benefit of using TypeScript. For example, let's say we have a state here of count and set count to test it. The value is 0 initially and we are putting the count value here and a button to increment the count. So basically we will test these two things, that the count value is 0 or not initially, and this button when clicked is incrementing this count or not, using this library called React testing library, which is default in the create React app. It comes with a package, you don't have to install it externally. But if you want to install it, just use the command or just go to React testing library, this first one. Then you have to install using this command npm install save dev React testing library or testing library React. So now let's start to test these apps. Not this app, this operation. Yes. So the first step here is to do something like this. We have this file called app.test.js. So let me create one component here that will be called counter.js, a file. Let me move all of these things like count and button click here. Make it a functional component first. Then let me move it here like this. Also, we need to transfer the state count here and import the state, the use state hook, use state. Now let me import this component called count here. So import counter from counter. Then simply render it here like this. It will still run fine. We can increment the count as we want. So for app.js, we have a file called app.test.js. But let's say we have a counter component. We want to test it for this component. We will create a file the same way we have app.test.js. We will name it counter.test.js. You can name it anything you want, but let's go with this counter.test.js. And if you open up app.test.js, you will see these things, render and screen, that we need to import. We also need to import the component like app. So here let me import these two things. Let me remove screen for now, we don't need it. And this app will become counter from one step back counter. Save. Next thing we need is to use this test keyword. So test means we are going to test something. So let's do it. We will write a test here, a unit test, in which we will write a description first. So here it says renders learn React link, but we will write something like check the initial value of increment, not increment, count. Then we have to use the callback function just like this. Let me write a callback here. Here we will write this render. So render means we will render this app component, but in place of app, we will render this counter like this. So now this counter will return something. So we can say const and object. This equal to this. We have to destructure the object here from this render. One more thing, if you come to this counter, so we are just calculating the value of count initially. So we have to pass an initial value here. So initial value equals to something. So let's say we have to pass 0, only then it will succeed. Because if we check this counter.js, the value is 0 initially, this value. So we have to check our test case against this. And same here we have to do. So pass it. Save at both places. Now, as I said, this render will return something, and this will be this counter value, this count value inside this h1, because let's say we change the count, this will be changed as well. So we need to pass, or we need to assign a prop here, which is called data test id. I think that's it. And we can say count. And here we have to make, or we have to grab this id using this function called get by test id. I think that's it. So now furthermore, we have to grab our value of this count from this test get by test id. We will do let create a variable called counter equals to this thing, which is get by test id, and it contains our id, which is count. So we have to pass count here. I mean, it contains our value, so we have to pass count to filter that value of this count, which is 0. Now we have the counter value, but we have to make or get the text from there. So we will use a function called, or a prop called text content. Yes, this. Now this counter contains our value of the count, initial value 0. Now, but the problem is it's not a number, it's a string. So when we run the test script, it will fail. Now we will use a thing called expect. Expect means what value we're expecting. So we're expecting this count to be something which is equal to, or equal to equal 0. Yes. By the way, we should have counter here, not count. And our script is written successfully. Now let's try to run it and see what happens. Open the new terminal, and here we will simply type npm test. We are testing, we are writing this npm test because open the package.json file. You will see in the scripts we have npm start to start the app. Similarly, we have the test or npm test to test the app. Press enter. It will test your application or mainly run the script. Let me zoom this or make it in the whole page. So it's running the test. The problem is we also have one test in app.test.js. It will throw an error, so we can delete it later. See, it will fail because here it's not getting this. Let me show you. It's not getting all of these here. Where is the app.js? It's not getting all of these. So let me remove test from app. So delete it simply. Delete this file. Then in the setup tests, okay, we have to import this report web vitals index.js. Where do we import tests? We have a web vitals. I think that's all. Now let's test it again. Clear this. Let me clear this and try again. npm test. Let's see what we get. So it's running now, the first or only the one test that we have. It's running it. And it will fail because see, expected is 0, but we received the 0 in quotes. It means it's a string. So it will not work here like this. We have to wrap or we have to make this value or this value in a number or a numeric value. So let's do it. So just wrap this counter into a number to make a number, not a string. Let me clear this once more. Or I think that is automatic. So it's running the test now. This should be successful. It's a basic test to show you how do we do this. So it's running now, it's passed. Check the initial value of the count. It's passed in 30 milliseconds. Or what is this? Fine. And time is this. It has been passed. So it means that our test has been passed. And the value of count here is the by 0. It means test has been passed. Okay. Now let's write one more test to check the increment functionality. So we will copy this test once more. Then we will have check the increment button. We have wrote this description. And similarly, like this get test by id function, we will call one function called get by role. So you see this button has a role. It's a trigger event. So it has a role. That's why we are using this function. Let's create an instance of this button. So let's say increment btn equals to get by role. We will pass the role which is the button like this and the title. I think that's right, but yes, button and the name. So the name is this increment. Let me check here. Increment count is the name. We have to grab the button from here like this. So we are having this save. Now we need a function to trigger this button from here, which is called fire event. I think yes, this one. We have to pass this we have to pass this increment button in this fire event on click function. So click, when this fire event is clicked, it will run this increment button and do all of these things. So now this fire event or this test case should expect something, just like we did it here. It expected this counter to be equal to 0, initial counter. But in this case, it will be expected to be the same C. The problem here is we are incrementing the count here to 0, but we are checking it here. So it's already 0 and we are passing 0 here. So it will pass this test case. If we go to this test case and see 2 cases passed. So if we make it as 1, it will fail because we are sending something else, but we are expecting something else. It will be here soon. See, expected was 1, but it received 0, so it failed. So what we have to do is we have to make this 0 and put it here. So basically, counter is checking for 0. It will be 0. Then it will run true because both is 0. Then it will run this increment button feature or test and fire it. It will fire the event. Then let's create one more counter, which will be counter inc, which means counter increment. Then we can expect the 1 value after increment. So increment will be clicked, then it will be 1, not 0. Now save and pass this countering here. Save and let's test what we get. This test should pass, or it will pass. I'm waiting. Yes, both passed. I mean both tests. If you make this as 0, it will fail because it was 0. Then the button was clicked. Again, it's still 0. We are passing here, so it will fail. It's expecting 1, not 0. See, it failed. So that was how we test a app in React, or how we test our components in React using this testing library from React. So basically I am calling an API here from this website, and I am storing the data in the state called data state, and we are mapping and all. If the API is loading, we will see the loading text, and if it is loaded, we will see the data. Now let me just refresh the page first. You will see what I mean. You will see the loading text for a moment and then it disappears and then the data is coming. But let's make the network request a little bit slower. So we will do it like this. How do we do this? Slow 3G. Now refresh the page. It's refreshing. And we will see the loading text for some time and then the actual data that we need. Then if we refresh again, or let's say we change some pages, this API call will be same. It will call the API once more. So to avoid that, let's use this React query library to cache the API calls. First of all, we will install two libraries here, which is React router and this React query. So add this, wait a second, this and React query. So this React router will be used to navigate between pages, and this query React query will be used to like cache our API call, fetch and cache. So is this it, the command which is npm react query? Let me check. Where is the command installation? Yes, it's the same. Press enter. It will install these both libraries in our React app, and let's wait for it. So they have been installed and setup is also done. Setup is nothing but two routes: normal call page and cached call page. If we go to the cached call, we will see the cached call text. If we go to the normal call, we will see the loading text and the data after that. Go to cached call again, come to normal call, and it's loading again. That's why we are going to cache this API so that if the data is the same, it will not load again. It will get it from the cache. And for this, we are going to use React query here, this library. So let's do it. To set up this React query in our React app, we need to import a thing called, or two things called, React query client provider and just the React query client. So import this from React query. We will say query client and query client provider. Then we need to wrap this div into this query client provider like this. Save, and this will take a key called client, and we have to pass this instance of this client. So let's create an instance. To create an instance, we can just say let query client ent equals to, let's say, query client, and then pass it here. Save, and our app will load, but it's not loading because I don't know because why. Because I have missed one keyword here, which is called new. That's how we create an instance. So now save it and it will be fine. So it's done, the basic setup of React query. Now we have to call this API again in cached call. So let's do it. And in this component, let's import a thing called useQuery from React Query. So we can say import from React Query. We will use something called what I said just right now, use query like this. So it will be a function that we need. So we have imported it, and then we have to do this. So copy this use query, and here let me create the use query function like this. So it takes a query, a key. So the key could be anything you want, but let me make it as data, or yes, data. Then second thing it takes, wait a second, yes, data, one parenthesis we need. Then second thing it takes is a callback function like this. And in this callback function, we will do the API call. So this API call is here. So let me get this and paste it. Save it. And it's doing all the things that it was doing before in the normal call.js. Now let's create the states here, whatever we had in the normal call. Data and loading states. So copy it and paste it here. Save. Now import the state or the use state hook from React, because we need to import it like this. Fine. The next thing we need is to do is we have to map this API from this data, just like we did in the normal call. So we can just copy and paste it here after the cached call and save. So instead of the data, instead of this normal API call, in this use effect hook, we are calling it in the use query hook from React Query. Also, let me set up this loading text. So if loading is true, I will see loading, or else we will see the result. That's fine. But as of right now, the both pages are same, the API calls. Click cached call, we will see loading. Click normal call, we will still see the loading text, even if the data is not changing from this API. So what we have to do is to fix this, or to manage this, remove this then block and return this whole thing using return keyword. Then we will catch it in a response or in a variable. So say const, let's say result equals to this, and we don't need this two as well, because we will structure it from this result directly. So if we console this result, we will get, sorry, not data, result. We will get the loading and the cached, the loading and the data. So just comment this, and loading is not defined. Comment this as well. Now open the console and let's check. We are seeing all these things from this query, which is data that we need. We need the error. If we have an error, we will get the error here. We can destructure it from this result. Is fetched. It is true because data has been fetched. It is error because no errors we have. Is fetched after mount, yes. Is fetching, false. It means if the data is still fetching, this will be true. Is loading error, so we have all of these things. So we need loading. So let me destructure the data and loading from this result. So we can say data and loading. Not loading is loading. Yes, because it's false. And if we comment or bring it back, make the loading as is loading and bring back this thing, we can have result is not defined. Okay, result is not defined. Yes, this one. Now it will work fine. We will have the cached call properly called. So now let's start from the start. Refresh the page once. The cached call is here. Click normal call. You will see loading text. Now click cached call again. We will not see the loading text because the data is not changing. It will simply call the API. I will not call the API. It will cache the API that it already did, and it's displaying us the results. We need to remove the state, use state hook, save, and click normal call. We will see loading text. Click cast call. We will not see the loading text. So now let me make it a little bit slower. I mean the network. Make it as, okay, it's much slower. Okay. Now clear the console or clear the network tab. Now click cast call. So I did not click the normal call. Loading is here. It's loading. And now the data is here. But if we click cached call, we will not see loading because it has been cached. See, directly getting the results without loading text or loading h1. So that's how we catch an API in React using this React query.